आपका सर वीडियो अभी ऑफ कर दीजिए।
ऑफ कर दो। हाँ हाँ। આજે કોઈ બોલ્યું નથી કે હવે તમે બોલશો તો આવશે ને અહીંયા મેં અનમ્યુટ કર્યું બોલો હા એ તમને વોટ્સએપમાં મેલમાં મારે મેલ જવામાં પ્રોબ્લેમ કોને કોને મોકલું સંદીપભાઈને તમને US 06 હા ઝૂમ કેપી ના કેપી નથી પછી જો આવું છે US 06 વેબ ઝૂમ US પછી -J પછી 89 મેં સંદીપભાઈ મોકલી હવે તમને મોકલી સંદીપ તમને મોકલું અચ્છા સાંભળો પણ બધાને મેં કઈ મોકલી છે એમાં જોવું પડશે કેમ કે દાસ સર મને ના આ જ છે મારી પાસે જે છે જો જે 89 તમને આ જે કઈ છે
Hello. 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 I just want to test my mic. Is it working? Can you hear me?
हाँ, अच्छा ये इसका पिक्चर कैसा आएगा? वो तो पोस्टर अभी है।
आपका ऑन करेंगे वीडियो।
हाँ, क्योंकि वो एक पार्टिसिपेंट ऑलरेडी आए हैं। हाँ, अच्छा दूसरी लेकिन वो स्क्रीन में अभी भी पोस्टर है, एक्चुअली पोस्टर निकल रहा है। रघुनंदन जी नमस्ते।
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very much.
Okay. I just wanted to test my audio and video.
नहीं बहुत वीडियो तो
Video you are shut off. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Okay.
Yeah, very
Good.
nice of you. Yeah,
I'm all set.
Okay, actually your voice is quite clear, so there is no
Very
issue.
good. Very good. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, Keshav.
Hello, Professor Kannan. Good morning.
Good morning, Professor Parsarthi.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Good, good, good.
How do I raise my volume?
Namaste, Professor Kannan.
Yes, I need to raise my volume. So I have to do something.
Yeah.
First, I stopped your video. Can you hear me, Keshav?
Yes, I can hear you very well. Actually.
Okay. Okay.
वो रिमूव मैंने किया तो एक मैसेज आया है व्हाट टू डू रिपोर्ट वो तो उसका क्या डोंट रिपोर्ट एक मैसेज आया है वो जो नंबर आया था ना उसके मैंने रिमूव में डाला
Don't report.
Don't.
तो वो आया
तो मुझे क्यों रिमूव किया?
You may mute Das.
हाय राजी
Sorry, hi.
is it too early in the day?
It is. No, you know how we are. I mean, one of those teachers told me, he couldn't come to a 11 o'clock class. It's a bit like that. You can't. So are we all here? I mean, I can't see any of the participants or anything.
You-
So even we've not stitched.
So I think almost time. Um, so maybe I think it's almost we should start probably 10 o'clock. Also, Parsati, shall we start right away
Yeah, we
or
can, or you want to?
wait for a moment?
Yeah, I
Wait
think
for a
so.
moment. Okay. Okay.
See, I think you have stopped the video, I think. The host has stopped it, is what it says.
Okay, let me just. I think now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Yeah. I think there was some issue. Hi, Dinesh.
Hello, hello. Hi, hello to everyone. Yeah. Sorry, I just trying to place. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. I think I also guess that even 10 is little early in the day.
No, it's not early. It's fine.
Okay.
It's fine.
Keshav,
Uh,
can you hear me?
Yes. We can hear.
Yeah.
But
My video is stopped by the host. So please ask your operator to
yes, I do.
liberate my video. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. That's what the message.
Kaman, if you switch once more, try to enter. I think now it came. Yeah.
Is it clear now?
Yes, it's very clear. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, another some.
Yeah. Good morning to all.
Good morning. Good morning.
Dinesh.
Good morning, Kanan. Good
Yeah,
morning.
Rajeshwari, Tara, so many friends here.
Good morning to everybody.
Morning.
Now it came.
Shall we start, Keshav?
I think Professor Parsati, shall we start now?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So maybe I think others will join in. Thank you very much, everyone. Warm welcome to the Gujarat Institute of Development Research. This is a very special occasion for us, also partly because as I was talking to Professor Parsad, the director of the institute, that maybe for quite some time because of the COVID, and there are not many occasions to meet physically. This is also not a physical meet, but then this is one more opportunity that we somehow through the help of technology, we have been joining. And one good thing is this is also being sort of part of the live YouTube recording. So this will be also available for the posterity. So in that sense, we are hoping that this particular conference and the proceedings will be of help to everyone. So with those few words and welcoming you again, so let me invite Professor R. Parsarthi, the director of Gujarat Institute of Development Research in Ahmedabad, to please give his welcome address. Professor Parsarthi, please.
Thank you, Keshav. And as what Keshav Das had just now said, it's really a very happy occasion for GIDR to have a conference after a long time, and more importantly, on the rural non-farm economy. I think GIDR has worked extensively on this topic in the late 80s and the early 90s. And I think there were many studies that have been carried out, many publications that have come up. In fact, the whole team had worked on this very extensively. It all stems from partly the research that happened earlier, individually for me as well, looking at the production possibility curve within agriculture and to understand the labor use potential as explained by the elasticities with respect to various inputs, including water and so on. From there stemmed an idea that we need to look at the non-agricultural employment as well. And there was a lot of work that happened, notably a book by Professor Praveen Visaria, later by Rakesh Basant, Kumar, and myself, and then we all continued on it. Most specifically comparing the census, national sample survey, and carrying out the primary surveys as well. What emerged from these are very relevant to what we have proposed today by Professor Das and his team, that rural non-agricultural employment is different, and it was different from non-farm employment because of many activities that got included when we categorized them. Apart from the semantics of it, it came out very clearly that essentially the agricultural households have diversified activities ranging from artisans to even masons, one would find. Because in the 80s, we also had successive droughts anyway. And what could see some of these activities becoming extinct. I have only 10 minutes, so I'll flag some of these issues for the consideration. And one could see that what is missing these days from the non-farm and non-agricultural activities are, even in the villages, there are no potters. There are no blacksmiths. The blacksmiths used to be there, at least in the nucleus villages. So in the case of oil millers, the oil miller story has been quite interesting in the case of Gujarat when we try to find the dynamics part of it, because it stemmed from the shift in the cropping pattern. It was very interesting to see that there was a change from groundnut to castor. Sorry, somebody is.
There is some noise.
No, that's okay.
Okay.
There was a shift from groundnut to castor oil, and therefore the oil presses also shifted. And then came the blow that everything shifted to BT cotton. Then we had a lock, stock, and barrel extinction of the oil presses and oil millers completely in the region where it was very famous. And went along with that are the dalals, the markets, and the small ones and small shops from that sort of a basket. So one could see that it is very dynamic, and it's not just the potters. You also saw shifts towards prawn cultivation from agricultural houses, fishes and paddy across Kerala, and recently you have these tractors and farm equipment being aggregated as Uber and Ola types. The NDTP-led changes that have happened, or what we could see, is the solar crop. Now that is being touted and it's being promoted as an extra crop for the agricultural households. And thus, you could see that non-farm sector had not been very static. It had been quite dynamic, and I personally think that the academia had looked at it in bits and pieces and over a period of time. And there are issues. The second part of the thing which I would like to highlight is there have been certain issues with respect to methodology and data. As we looked at, even now that book contains a comparison between census and NSSO vis-a-vis the classification with respect to non-farm employment, the workers and laborers and labor. So there was a lot of work that happened by Ala Balla Baduri and Vaidyanathan. In fact, Vaidyanathan famously concluded there is no such thing as distress migration. We took up this and we looked at some of the areas where the migration had been quite heavy due to very typical low productivity farms in the tribal areas of Gujarat. After extensive study, we could figure that the migration to some extent has been voluntary. And in fact, what drives them towards it is the cash incomes, because one could find that those days there were very less cash incomes in the agricultural sector, especially in the tribal areas. And therefore, to the extent that some of the NGOs like AKRSP and others, when we had the seminar long back, this seminar, the way in which they had portrayed, took me back to those days when we had a seminar with respect to sociologists and economists arguing whether the tribals should be in the tribal areas or they should be migration, is migration bad, and so on and so on. And to the extent that AKRSP really thought that having developmental interventions in the tribal areas is a pointer towards success in lowering the migration rates. So that, in a way, the institute had proved that it is not very true because there's a lot of voluntary and therefore there's no direct causal link between the developmental scenario that's happening through an NGO and the migration. And therefore, I'm happy to say that even Anil Shah, the then CEO who was present, did accept it, and one could see from the AKRSP annual reports after that, the migration tables missing in that. And it is evident that one can't capture only non-agricultural employment, and therefore, with respect to the methodological issue, we also had this MJS, I call this major source of household income, because that's one of the very important aspects that we could cover, because always to find out the labor and laborers employed in agriculture and non-agriculture and then in non-farm became quite difficult. And which also led to some of the conclusions with respect to migration and surplus labor and so on and so forth. I think that many of these issues have been listed in today's today and tomorrow's seminar coordinated by Keshav Das. I'm very, very happy and glad, and I congratulate him for taking up this issue. And we have a long-standing interest in this class of issues, and I'm sure that 2 days we'll focus on this. As I said, we could see over a period of time that non-farm employment and non-agricultural employment have not been very static. It has been very dynamic. And whatever leads we could get from this seminar, I think it will be very, very useful for our future research, and it will be a great contribution to the literature as well. With this, I welcome all of you to GIDR and for this very interesting seminar that we have on. And I really hope that there'll be a lot of contributions from this seminar. Keshav Das. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Parthasarathy. It was very, even in a very short time that you had, about 10 minutes, I think you really covered a large number of issues. And I'm really happy that the event has started with the recognition of a large number of sort of challenges, which, as you said, that maybe academics have sort of touched in bits and pieces. And let me also add, as part of my little mention about the conference, let me also add that I think maybe mostly I would sort of imagine during the 70s, 80s, and 90s, I think there's a lot of work around this non-farm sector. But then there have been many changes, as you very rightly pointed out, like very interesting point you made that there may not be many potters or any potter in a village anymore. So there's a large number of sort of changes in terms of occupational sort of diversification, and also this rise of what we also recognize as the census towns and this whole peri-urban issue, like so the kind of the margin between the rural and the urban is also fading, and there is a major sort of investment of technology, which also has probably blurred the distinctions between the rural and urban. So there is a lot of intermingling of ideas, of aspirations. So it may not be like as Professor Padmini Swaminathan once told me that maybe it's very difficult to draw a line between rural and urban as a dichotomy. So with that kind of a background and with very interesting points that Professor Parthasarathy made. So about the conference, if I may say very briefly, and this is essentially part of the trigger is this whole change in the whole non-farm sector, and also the great concern that the farm sector has not actually been doing very well. So that has been a major worry. And in the process, what has happened, a large number, one major sort of alternative, or livelihood alternative has been to move to urban areas. So in that process, maybe we have sort of neglected for a long time rural infrastructure, particularly transport, particularly electricity, and a variety of business support services, including banking. So there have been issues like this, which probably now come back, and there is also the most recently the COVID time, the huge sort of number of migrants from the urban informal sector walking on the roads. I think that was another trigger to sort of suggest that maybe there is a large number of people. The estimates are not very clear to us, and we have some kind of an idea from studies from Professor Ravi Srivastava and even Ajivika Bureau. So these numbers could be quite huge, and also reflect that maybe the state has a much larger role to play today than before. So whether in terms of investing in rural infrastructure, whether in terms of even talking about, like as I think Professor Dinesh Abrol will be talking hopefully later tomorrow, more about this whole idea about sort of modernizing or sort of bringing in certain kind of a dynamism through scientific innovation inputs into rural traditional industries. I think all that probably needs a serious rethink. So this conference is largely all about that. And of course, as I did mention, in the 80s and 90s in particular, there have been a lot of work relating to non-farm employment. So when you say RNFE, for instance, in short, so people think it is rural non-farm employment, but employment is a significant part of it. But then we are also talking about other related issues, as I did mention, about infrastructure and also newer forms of institutional arrangement, whether like in terms of marketing, for instance, agrarian products. So all that different papers will be discussing. Let me not sort of take any more time on this. We are extremely happy, pleased that we have some of the very, very distinguished scholars who are with us. And many of the papers are going to be presented by relatively, not all, but some of them are relatively younger scholars. We have deliberately included them so that they will also benefit from the discussions. So with those words, and I thank you, Professor Parsarthi, for that kind welcome address. And I request Professor K.P. Kannan for the inaugural address. He is the chief guest of the occasion. But then before he says something, he has so many achievements, distinctions to his credit. So maybe I'll take just very briefly, I will sort of introduce him, and then I sort of invite Professor Kannan to kindly give his inaugural address. Professor Kannan, as everyone knows, he's a major voice. I mean, apart from being a scholar, I think he's a major voice both in the public domain as well as in deep academic and policy circles, sort of making strong cases for the welfare of the informal sector, particularly the participants in the informal sector. He has done massive amount of work from his doctoral days, so far as I know. His doctorate he did. In fact, he's the first student of development studies at the International Institute of Social Studies in The Hague. And his work on migrant labor, his work on informal labor is very well known. And his role as a kind of a member of, a full-time member of the NCEUS, the National Commission for Enterprises in the Unorganized Sector, is very well recognized. He has been the professor and director and now professor emeritus at the Center for Development Studies. He had been a great teacher, and when he was a student, he received a gold medal for his master's work at the University of Bombay. and he has written more than 12 books. He has written extensively, both in academic journals as well as in newspapers, for all of us to appreciate, learn from his work. And he was actually a member of the International Panel on Social Progress. It was a UN body, which I think was led by Professor Amartya Sen. He was a key member of that. He's also a member of the UN team that produced the post-disaster needs assessment report for the state of Kerala. And he also very often comes on public media to discuss on several controversial issues, if I may say so. And he's also associated with the Center for Science and Technology for Rural Development, known as COSFOR, and also the Laurie Baker Center for Habitat Studies. He has, beyond all this, he's a fantastic person, extremely nice communicator, and a great teacher we always wish to learn from. With those words, may I request Professor Kannan to please give his address. Professor Kannan, please.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Keshav, for that very profuse introduction, which I don't think I deserve, but it's all friends here, a lot of friends here. Very happy to see all of them, although in a virtual mode. But I think technology has come to our rescue in times of a crisis like the COVID pandemic. So at least we can keep in touch, if not physically, but almost so, or virtually. First of all, let me say that both the Gujarat Institute of Development Research and Keshav there, you are doing a great service by holding this conference or conversation on a topic that has not been in the policy limelight for quite some time. And I think as academics, concerned academics especially, we have a duty to bring out issues that are not very much highlighted in the quest for growth at any cost, especially the kind of growth that we are chasing. But this country is a very vast country with diverse ecology, environment, social structure, whole range of economic structures and institutions. And we can ill afford to neglect the very vast sector where majority of the people live and eke out a living. Despite all the measures that the country has taken since independence, if you look at two indicators, you will find the relative neglect or the relative subordination of the rural economy in this country. Unfortunately, we don't have time series data by the CSO on rural income and urban national income separately, which I think is very crucial to understand how the rural economy is functioning. We only have employment statistics, although they are not time series, but they are good enough to understand what's happening between the rural and urban sectors. But interestingly, some of these scholars have undertaken this task of finding out what's the share of the rural economy in national income, particularly by a currently influential person as Professor Ramesh Chand, who is a member of Niti Aayog. And I happened to see one of his recent papers in which he has given some data on what is the share of the rural economy in national income. He has not talked about the sources in much detail, but I suppose he has access to official data, at least for the period that he is talking about. If you look at that, in the early 70s, 71, 62% of India's national income was accounted for by the rural economy, as against 84% of employment. So there is a disproportionality that indicates low productivity. By 2011-12, Dr. Ramesh Chandra reports that the share of national income accounted for by the rural economy has shrunk to 47%, whereas the share of employment continues at 71%, which means the ratio has increased, thereby showing a greater disparity in worker productivity as between rural and urban areas. That's really an indicator of concern. Of course, the rural-urban inequality, in my view, some of the work that I have been doing for the last 20 years or so, clearly show that much of our growth and its benefits are accounted for by urban economy. Whether you take consumption, you take savings, you take investments, quality employment, opportunities, a whole range of things. When I was asked to comment on recent budgets, I think a year before, I had an occasion to just quickly go through the budgetary allocations. And I find that the proportion of budgetary allocation that primarily goes to the urban areas has increased notably compared to that going to rural economy. And that's a matter of worry. So even in policy terms, the focus is now on the urban economy. And you know very well that the programs like Smart City, programs like, the high-speed rail corridors, national highways, ports, airports, IT parks, and a whole range of corporate incentives are all, ultimately end up in the urban economy. So if some of our young scholars are to systematically go through these trends, you will find an increasing gap between rural India and urban India. Even in the 70s and 60s, that was of course a concern. From the first 5-year plan, the concern about rural development was very much there, although the planning strategy was very much oriented towards heavy industry, capital industry, higher institutions of excellence for education, research. So there was a certain built-in bias, and that got now increasingly widened. This is part of what I would like to call manifold inequalities that we are being enveloped with. Because there are many inequalities, because you can also say that if you look at social inequality, it has a strong rural dimension, whether it is mothers, maternal death, infant mortality, life expectancy, or employment opportunities of different social groups. It also has a rural dimension because most of them live in rural areas. So when we talk about rural-urban inequality, it is not just a matter of spatial inequality. It also carries with it social inequality and other dimensions, especially of gender inequality. Because what I have found is that for women, especially for educated women wanting to seize opportunities in the labor market, one of the limitations is their ability to be mobile. So the restrictive mobility for a vast number or a vast percentage of women is also emanating from the lack of development in rural economy. Now, having said that, let me just go back a little bit for sharing with you the larger theoretical and historical context of the debate on rural industrialization or rural transformation. We are not just dealing with a rural sector, which is an academic way of focusing. But what is the larger purpose? The larger purpose is rural transformation. And within that larger objective of rural transformation is a structural transformation of the economy in rural areas, giving more employment and quality employment opportunities for aspiring, increasing surplus labor. And thereby, while transforming sectorally, also transform the economic life of people dependent on the rural. So the rural industrialization had drawn a lot of attention. And if I remember, if I have to draw from my own, remembrance, one of my mentors and teachers, Professor Ashwini Seth, is one who focused considerably on rural industrialization in China and India. He has written extensively on it with such nuance and such detailed methodologically as well as empirically rich material. And he makes this observation that in China, much of the rural transformation has been possible due to institutional reforms as well as targeted policies for the rural economy. Of course, we don't have that kind of institutional reforms such as radical land reforms, where China, for their own political reasons, historical reasons, rural land was collectively owned by the villages, not by the country estate as a whole, but by each commune owned their own land, each village owned their own land, and therefore had the context to pool the available surplus labor in utilizing this land. And it was also a political objective, especially in the first 30 years of China's development, that made it possible for them to transit very quickly from a rural-based economy to a much more vibrant economy. The town and village enterprises was a result of rural transformation, high agricultural productivity, and the ability to garner the savings, rural savings, and not allow it to go to urban economy, but to initiate rural industrialization. Of course, the story at the moment might be different because China has been, I would say, more predatory than Kerala in pushing a type of capitalist development focused on the very neoliberal principles, which in an earlier era they were opposed to. That is the betting on the strong, high technology, high education, urban concentration, global market, export orientation. So you will get your growth, and we are getting our growth. 6% trend rate of growth for India for the last 40 years or so is no mean achievement. And 7 to 9% for China is also not a mean. But for India, has it really contributed to in a meaningful way to rural transformation is the question. You will find, because we are so diverse, you will find some states where there has been a better record of rural employment, non-farm employment generation as in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, and maybe one or two other states. And you may also find examples of rural innovation. But these have not been really coalesced into national outcome, as I indicated in terms of the share of national income as well as employment. The way I would like to approach the problem is to look at rural transformation with rural industrialization as the backbone, where the non-farm sector has a great role to play, is by looking at the two kinds of approaches. One is the linkage-based approach to rural industrialization. And the linkage means that you create, within the rural economy, linkages with agriculture, animal husbandry, fisheries, forestry, and other industries. And so that you either draw raw materials and labor from the rural sector, and that gives you the impetus for further rural industrialization, which may part of it may go back to effective demand, because if you generate more employment, it will create more effective demand within the local economy. So the output also goes there. Or the output may go to urban areas, and then you have a better terms of trade as between rural and urban. So this linkage concept in rural industrialization, in my view, is very important, because it forces us to think that when you talk about non-farm sector activities, you have to think about what is happening in the farm sector. Because even now, for much of rural industrialization, the raw material, the input linkage comes from the basic sector of agriculture. The more prosperous is agriculture, as in Punjab, Haryana, or as diversified as in Kerala historically, and therefore demanding a greater post-harvest processing and trading and export, the more the opportunities for rural non-farm employment. But along with the linkage aspect, we also have what is called a locational dimension in rural industrialization, whereby by policy, either the state government or the central government, by policy also initiate rural non-farm employment or rural industrialization. One is, and some of it may have linkage, like the classic example that comes to my mind is the National Rural Employment Program. It's a locational program designed by the government, but that locational program can be meaningfully linked to agriculture development through land and water management works, or through rural roads, or through rural housing, and a whole range of activities that you take up under the rural employment. Or another locational dimension of rural non-farm employment and income generation is health and education, which I would consider, going by the experience of our various relatively successful states in human development, not just Kerala, but Tamil Nadu, Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, and some of the northeastern states, to a great extent, Gujarat and Maharashtra also. Extension of education, extension of health, and related to things, it will create employment which may not immediately have any linkage effect within the rural economy, but it could indirectly create linkage effects because you are contributing to better human development and thereby better productivity in the long run. So I think though these approaches could be kept in mind. But the third problem, or the third dimension that I want to emphasize is, especially for our younger scholars, when you talk about non-farm employment, non-farm income, or the dynamizing non-farm sector, please do not forget the farm sector, because there is an organic linkage between agriculture and the primary activities of fishery, livestock, forestry, with the non-farm ventures, because there is a give and take both in terms of input as well as output. And that, so you will find historically, wherever agricultural development has been faster, with increasing productivity, rural industrialization has also been correspondingly, rural non-farm employment has also been. This is not only true of China, but also before China, the whole idea of Japanese rural development, if you go by Professor Shigeru Ishikawa's book, Economic Development in an Asian Perspective. Unfortunately, a lot of our students, we only look at the Western text for reference for economic development. But I find it's more appropriate in the Asian context. Ishikawa's idea of economic development, as he observed historically from the Japanese historical experience, is by absorbing more labor in the rural farm and non-farm. And that's where he comes out with the thesis that if you want to develop the rural economy, you have to focus on agriculture. And within agriculture, the important dimension is that of water control. And therefore, water is the leading input in triggering a process of rural economic prosperity. Because without water, you can't do anything. You may have best agricultural extension, but without water, how can you persuade people to go for agriculture? You may have fertilizer supply, But without water, the fertilizer will not result in productivity. So I think we need to learn a lot from the East Asian and also Southeast Asian. Now, if you look at Thailand, which is not a socialist economy, or Vietnam, which was earlier, but also increasingly market, China, Japan, South Korea, they all had a breakthrough in agricultural products. And the latest candidate is Vietnam. The Vietnam's agricultural, if you take paddy, for example, which is a widely cultivated crop in Vietnam, per hectare productivity is around 6 to 7 tons, where we are, stagnating around 2.3 to 2.5 tons in India. So I think we have a lot to learn from East and South. Now, in terms of government programs, there have been many programs, cluster development programs, artisanal development programs, and Keshav has done cluster development. And in the commission that he referred to, the NCUS, we had specifically recommended for rural development, artisanal clusters, traditional non-farm clusters, modern industrial clusters, because you get a focused attention, although it is spatially locational, but it can also generate widespread linkages with rural areas through the demand for input, as well as the possibility of creating market for their output. So these things are there, but I think they are quite inadequate. If you look at the allocations for cluster development, even including rural, urban, etc., you will find a very minuscule proportion of the. You also have the rural cooperatives, but that is something which I think development economics students have not really seriously, although some people have done work on AMUL and some other cooperatives, but I think we need to take that up in a much more serious way. I'll just make a few points on what ought to be, the issues that researchers need to study and come out, because we are in a situation where the neoliberal agenda of the government of India is so strong, although the world itself is changing fast from a very high-speed globalization to a low-speed globalization, and from low-speed globalization since the Ukraine war, a segmented globalization, because some countries are being kept out of this, some countries are being brought into it. So I'm afraid we may be looking for a regionalized kind of economic interdependence, not globalization, and that possibility should not be ruled out. But we are going ahead as if nothing has changed, and the only thing to do is to maximize our growth, whether it comes from services sector or from trade or from a similar kind of trade, because trade, banking, these are the sectors which have been growing in India for the last 10 years, much more than others. So I will make a few points here as a matter of agricultural diversity. I think what is the impact of agricultural diversification and high productivity to enhancing the capacity of the non-farm sector, and what kind of linkages we can, how do the linkages work and understand. Here I want to go back to an idea where we don't have to really spatially, demarcate our area. I had earlier talked about the rurality of employment in India. When you talk about the rurality of employment, you are not only looking at the rural employment, you are looking at agricultural employment in urban areas, because there is a part of urban areas in India which are agricultural. So if you add that agricultural employment and income part to the rurality, you will find 70 to 73% of India's employment is rurality of employment. That means rural agriculture, rural non-agriculture, and urban agriculture. And they do really organically work in tandem, because agriculture in urban periphery and agriculture in rural are not very different. So I think we need to take that kind of a look to understand. The second is, I think, a more policy advocacy, but also to impress upon the policy makers the need for more clear-cut policies for rural development that will contribute to rural transformation, in which rural industrialization, non-farm employment is only a subcategory. Rural education, rural health, and other budgetary allocations are also important. The third thing is the, we now have a historically important opportunity of moving towards a carbon, uh, less carbon footprint economy. And that rural economy provides much considerable scope for such initiatives, whether it is forestry diversification, increasing biomass that will also become raw material for this, solar energy, and geotextiles or various other kinds of products that are based on organic raw materials. I think rural, that needs rural innovation. That needs modern institutions to be extended through extension services and other services to rural areas. Of course, institutionally, the decentralized system of Panchayat Raj uh, could have been used as an effective route for rural development. But as we all know, the way Panchayat Raj is functioning is quite uneven. There are very few states where the necessary functions and functionaries and finance are given. In others, you have the ritual of elections, and some attention is given. In some others, no attention is given. So in a way, I think it tells well in our advocacy or our research to bring in decentralization as an institutional approach, a governance approach to strengthen the non-farm sector, so that decisions could be taken fast, resources could be mobilized, and extension services could be catered to in a much more effective manner. Institutional mechanisms, yes, we need to talk about group decisions, group farming. Similarly, group decisions and group activities in non-farm sector. Cooperatives provide us a very good legal institutional alternative. But we need to work a lot on strengthening the cooperatives and not reduce them as dependents of government departments. The threat of governmentality in cooperatives is very real, but if you take care of your cooperative very well, then there is very little space for government to enter there. So I think cooperatives and non-profit organizations, there are many non-profit organizations. I mean, part of the corporate social responsibility system, voluntary sector is there, both aid receiving and then working on rural problems. So all these combined, that strengthens, in my view, the social economy. A social economy segment which is neither a government or public sector, nor is it private sector. And social economy, and it's not a joke, because although despite the high level of capitalist development in Europe, for example, their social economy is as high as 1/5 of the economy, that is 20%. And there's a strong cooperative movement also. These are not much well known because academic attention is very little, policy attention is very little. I need to so I will not go further, but I have seen the abstracts of some of the papers. A lot of people have talked about employment, which I have not really dealt with, and you know well. Despite all the changes that have taken place in rural economy, urban economy, we are stuck with an economy where 80% of employment continues to be in the informal sector, unorganized sector, for the last 40, 50 years. And now increasingly the formal employment in the formal sector has now become, less than half, around 40%. So 60% of the employment in the formal sector is also informal. So if you put this together, this 92% of informal employment in the economy is continuing. What does it mean? So despite, growth related interventions, we have not been able to translate those interventions to decent employment. If you don't have decent employment of the kind that we are talking about, at least a guaranteed minimum wage, durable employment, non-wage benefits, so on and so forth, I think the growth benefits will not trickle down to the poor. And that is a much more greater challenge. So while we talk about non-farm sector, non-farm employment, rural industrialization, rural transformation, I think we need to keep in mind the big challenge of providing quality employment. Thank you so much, and very kind of you to have listened to me with all your patience.
Thank you so very much, Professor Kannan. Again, because you have worked on such a diverse set of issues, and I think your very close interaction with the policy circles as well as with communities, I think that makes your lecture very, very interesting, very useful. So these are not just kind of taking some data from the NSS, which is the sort of usual practice with many people coming out with papers. I think your insights are also based on your very, very long-term engagement with the stakeholders, if you like it, at various levels. So some of the issues that I mean, we'll be opening it for interactions by everybody, but then briefly speaking, I thought your one very interesting point you made, that there is a definite urban bias in the policies in the recent decades, at least. So that is something little worrying. And there have been some other issues relating to certain kinds of local institutional challenges. So I would imagine maybe sort of more thinking on that is not just a kind of a question of mere participation in terms of numbers, or even like we, as you do field work, we have recognized that suppose you have a Pani Samiti, for instance, the water committees at the village level. So there is a need for, okay, of the 10 members, that should be 3 women. So somehow or other, the 3 names are included, but you also figure out that these women or certain individuals belonging to certain communities have not been ever participating in these meetings. So there has been so issues of tokenism in institutions, which is something which we must rethink. And a lot of those issues probably have come up. And the other thing is, you also very rightly touched upon, maybe a complete rethink on this, what we may very crudely or broadly call as rural enterprise or rural industry use. I mean, what is the and how much we can sort of interfere with that in terms of keeping up the, let's say, traditional knowledge, skills, heritage, etc., and also to make these as sort of major opportunities for gainful employment by the local people. So I think those are areas probably we need to rethink, and very, very interesting points on the social sector investment that you made, and also the point about water. So what we have quite some time now, because you are a very interesting speaker and made very interesting points. So let there be some discussion. So anyone please want to ask or suggest or comment or whatever, please. It's open.
Professor Kannan, Tara here. I was thinking that one of the, I think it was definitely, as usual, a very thought-provoking, presentation, sort of covering a whole range of, in fact, the interdependencies that you talked about is something which I thought it's really, opens up in front of you the complexities that which are really unfolding. I was thinking, the last point that you talked about, the social economy and the way in which maybe the community or social, organizations can intervene in this. But I was thinking that one of the major challenges, because I think that is felt more for people who are working in states like Gujarat, perhaps, for instance. One of the major challenges is that we are also encountering the increased interest of expansionist capital, in the global national sort of spheres, that the rural is actually a very interesting space to exploit and, or let me not use that term, to appropriate the resources from, for instance, the forests. So the policies which are coming up in the case of forest or even fisheries, and I am coming out later coming up with a story from the fisheries sector. It tells us very clearly that somebody has understood that this is actually a very interesting and quite a economical sort of a space, but not the community or the local stakeholders. So how do we then, counter that? And that's also a matter of long-term political struggle with mixed sort of a gain so far. Yeah.
Maybe one or two more questions and then or observations. Dinesh, you wanted to say something?
I think Tara has actually been an important issue for discussion, and I think this corporate interest in rural areas, particularly with in forestry, fishery, and I would say even in crop production and in animal production, animal husbandry, also is growing, and we need to take note of it. This contradiction is an important one. But a contradiction to which I want to draw attention of ours is within rural areas also there has been a power structure all the time. It's not only between rural and urban that you have the question of bias coming up in planning and budgeting, but how resources are allocated in rural areas also are determined by partly the power structure within rural areas. And landlordism growing in its power through green revolution is a well-known fact to all of us as far as it's concerned. The transition was not peasant-based, it was largely capitalist landlord-based. And that contradiction is also transforming at the moment through even the new technologies which are coming in. They invested in logistics at one particular point of time, transport and also in retail and so on, etc. Today they are investing in also technologies which are considered benign and more green, but how just they will remain, whether the transition would be really just, if this power structure takes interest in even in these new technologies which are coming in. And tomorrow I will probably like our attention to come into that, but I thought I'll just flag it at the moment as far as concerned. So this is the second contradiction which has been there all the time. I think we need to attend to. Yeah.
I'll take more together if you agree.
Kannan, you would like to?
Yes, I'd like to
but I cannot share that. You can ask her to.
Ms. Priya, I think you have to mute yourself.
Who is talking?
No, I think there was someone had not muted. So Professor Kannan, maybe if you could.
Yeah, I'll respond to these two important issues raised by both Tara and Dinesh, because they are very important. I can't claim that I have any satisfactory answer, but I can recognize, as with with many other people, that there is an intense struggle for resources. And as neoliberal capitalism reaches its limits of growth, it will push itself to whatever areas where there is potential. And in the Indian context, I think the rural is one. The only limitation for them is the resistance of the people. And I remember how POSCO's, the bauxite proposal in Orissa was,
that was an iron. That was an iron ore.
Iron and
steel
iron mining that was opposed by the whole village or villagers. For almost a year, they blockaded and went through, I think, unspeakable hurdles and difficulties, great challenges. But finally, they succeeded. Not such successes are not common, but I think there will be a tussle, and I think the tussles are already there in the fisheries sector, very much so. When they will lay their hands on forest sector, I don't know, but it will come sooner than later. So everything is now open for grab. So the only alternative I can think about is a political resistance. So a large social mobilization. And that's why even in elections, you see that the electoral behavior in rural areas is very different from the urban electoral behavior. That also speaks for, because the urban economy and its residents have realized they have very much to gain by a fast rate of growth, because resources come from somewhere else, and it gives opportunities for the people who are already, have a certain asset base, educational and other human capital, and therefore networking is much more stronger. So it helps them. So you will not find much resistance in urban areas unless it is directed against the poor workers. But rural areas, yes. But I'm urging that while that struggle will go on, and it will depend on the overall strength of the people's movements, whether the left parties or pro-people parties who are able to put up a fight, although ultimately these will be reflected in that. But as an economist, I also feel we have to provide the necessary research and other information background to strengthen the institutions which are run by people, like the kind of examples both Tara and myself we have said, whether it is through some form of cooperation. It may not be the legally ordained type of cooperative institutions. It could be just cooperation, or it could be cooperative institutions, or it could be non-profit organizations. So you also have to strengthen your resistance capacity, because poor people cannot resist for long. So you need economic capacity. So I'm also concerned by building economic capacity of the poor by collective effort, and that could, to some extent, I think, act as a barrier, as we have seen in many places, to take over the resources. Although the thing will go on. The transition issue, of course, is a major issue. I did not really keep in mind the political economy debate of transition. But Dinesh is right. It's not just by landlords. It's also by modern type of farmers, capitalist landlords, you can call them. But that is also a necessary, a kind of logical extension of the type of policies that we are witnessing. You look at the agricultural farmers bill, which was enacted, and the resistance that came to. So it was enabling corporate capital as well as the big farmers to come to terms and make as much benefit, as much profits as possible. So there will be, multiple kinds of fronts on which one will have to be very guarded. But the effort to strengthen the economic capacity of the rural economy, by extension its people, should also be seen as part.
Amrita, you wanted to ask something? Amrita?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. This is actually, the curiosity raised because of the discussion of Dinesh Abrolji, and also from the talk that Kannan sir has delivered just now. When we talk about the power structure in the rural areas, and because of power structure, a lot of new sectors are coming up, like retail, wholesale, and construction, and civil works, and land-based activities. But then how these power structures actually work in rural areas, is it any way different from what we see in urban areas, in the cities? And what do the speakers actually mean by the power structure? Is it the economic power structure? Is it the social power structure, the political power structure, or is it gender based or something else? Also, the all said and done, like even if power structure, we agree with the power structure and its unique nature, particularly in the rural areas. I'd like to share that recently I have been to the Bangalore rural areas last month, and there the political power structure is very different. Like people, they don't allow the big brands and big companies to enter to the rural areas, and the local people want to capture all the power to have their business and to run with their business as usual status. So anyway, even if we accept that the power structure is there and it's different, something different from the urban areas, still, I think that there is a bias in the policies, particularly in terms of the developmental policies, not in terms of only infrastructure, but also education and health. And that policy does not look at urban areas and rural areas in an unbiased and equal way. So I was wondering if any of the if the speakers like Kanan sir or Dinesh Abdul can elaborate and highlight little more on how these power structures are influencing on the the social sector development in the rural and urban or peri-urban areas in India.
Well, my short answer is, of course, the question is a very big one, and it will take much time to really discuss the points that you have raised. But I will very briefly say that the power structure, whether it is social, economic, or cultural.
Kanan, sometimes you're not speaking into the.
Yes, I cannot hear you properly.
We can't hear you properly. Sometimes you're moving away from the microphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better, much better.
Okay, okay. I'll try and be as close to the mic as possible. What I am trying to say is my brief answer to Amrita's question is, in my view and whatever I have understood, the powers are not really segmented. Economic power, political power, social, which is caste power, or cultural power. Often they are combined, overlapping. And when there is an overlapping of power, and then it becomes much more stronger, whether it is rural or urban areas. But in rural areas, it works much more stronger because the people who are at the bottom are basically struggling for their survival. They are not like the white collar workers in the urban areas, the middle class and all that. Although there is a small rural middle class as well. But I think that doesn't mean that it is always a unilateral kind of situation. Because if you take the numbers, as that's what we have seen in the farmer struggle, 84% of Indian farmers are either small or marginal, although they control only 50% of the land. So the remaining 15 to 16% of farmers control half the land. There is an asymmetry, but these numbers are also a power. And that is one of the reasons why they could put up such a collective show of power in Delhi and different parts of North India. And I think that needs to be reckoned with in a democracy because the space is still there. So it's not just a question of studying the power and then, okay, throwing up our hands. Although one must understand the global situation is one where the ideology of neoliberalism has, affected all countries, especially after the collapse of the Soviet Union. It has even also much more virulently affected the Eastern European or former socialist countries. But that's not a lasting one. And you see the cracks there in very unexpected ways, for example, anti-immigration, very much right. But there is also the other side, which is not as consolidated as it used to be in the 60s, 50s, 60s, and 70s. So that's a challenge. But it is not that everything that is dished out by World Bank and IMF, the countries have to follow. Sometimes countries' own self-interest come into the picture. So there are contradictions also, even when you follow your own neoliberal policies. I think that need to be exploited and taken care of. And most of the issues that Amrita talked about, I think I'm sure there was a time when political economy issues were studied and debated in much vigor, but I'm sure it will come back. Although the past is not exactly repeated now.
Anyone else, please?
Sir, if I'd like to add one more, if there is nobody.
Okay, yeah, please ask.
Yeah. So when we talk about POSCO in Odisha, if you look at the literature of Tata Industries in Jamshedpur, so there were also a lot of protests and a similar kinds of scenario happened many years ago. And now at present, the Jamshedpur Tata in their own library has actually buried a lot of scholarly works that were done at that point of time before independence during British time. So do you see that we have anything new scenario right now in POSCO? And if this is the trend of development happening for many years now, then whether really is an alternative, or maybe we need to just not protest such POSCO kind of activities blindly, and try to find out way how to cohabitate, how to sustain both the the industrial activities, the establishment of new industries at the same time, without having least damage to the existing habitats. So is it the way, or what could be the alternative? Because when I look at the POSCO literature in newspapers, so many times I saw that it was discussed heavily on the media and newspapers, and also many scholars have worked on that, particularly POSCO in Odisha. But eventually, I also visited the Jamshedpur library and found the similar kind of protests and similar kind of criticisms were there when Jamshedji Tata established this industry. So what should we learn from both the events that have been happening for a very long time?
I'm sorry, I don't know the current POSCO situation, but these struggles will go on, and things sometimes will happen, sometimes it will not happen. And that's a part of the larger history. But that doesn't make people sit tight and accept whatever comes. So I think the urge for resistance is there. It's the balance of forces in the country as a whole that determines the outcome.
Yeah, in fact, if I may just quickly add, the POSCO struggle also sort of, whereas it has sort of underlined a certain, let's say, success of the civil society, and very often not necessarily backed by always a particular political party. In fact, it is local citizens, they have actually succeeded, if at all. But then, as we discussed with several such grassroots level activists, so their point is that maybe there needs to be a rethink on whether we should see this as individual incidents of protest and success or failure, or we should be seeing this as a kind of a larger move against a certain kind of development paradigm that we are sort of encouraging vigorously. So that's where I think the agencies of the civil society, or those who represent the voice of people, common people, I think there is a need for them probably to recognize this is together. So not to sort of say, okay, this has happened in Jamshedpur, so that is not our concern, but elsewhere. Because even within Odisha, because I know a little bit on that, there have been again newer challenges now coming up from Jindal. And with a very different kind of a dynamics in which there is a renewed relationship between the state and the capital, which the local people are yet to figure out and also find a way to oppose. So those are, I think that's where the role of the academics and civil society organizations very, very important to sort of bring them out and then to see the nuances and strategies based on that. Sorry, I think there may be others who will say something. So anyone else, please, wants to ask something? Anyone in the audience, please.
Okay.
I think we
can talk.
Yeah. So thank you so very much, Professor Kannan. I think there's a lot of material, particularly for younger scholars and also scholars like me who are not so very young, but then so much to pick up from your talk to focus on. And I think one sort of important issue which I think relates to our kind of newer studies, I think this whole question of semantics, like because we have already drawn certain kinds of our fixations with certain kinds of let's say categories or certain kinds of dichotomies. So maybe we probably need to see a little more of that and see what kind of newer categories could be introduced to understand the reality better and also to inform policy. I think so that's where your lecture is of great value to us. And as we all recognize that this is not the flavor of the day, the rural economy is not the flavor of the day. So probably we need to refocus, and your lecture has been of great help. So thank you so very much to have taken time out. I know you are a very busy person. Many thanks to Professor Kannan and to all those who asked questions and all those who listened to it as well. And I'm sure there are many others who will be also switching on the YouTube to listen to you once more. Thank you very much, Professor Kannan.
Thank you so much.
So, anyone wants to say something like before Professor Kannan this session ends? If anyone still wants to say something, maybe we can have a chance, or else we move to the next session. I think with this, probably we have a chance now to move to the I see that as a very interesting special panel, we call it. It is, we just sort of titled this very broadly as towards a dynamic rural non-farm economy. And as you can see that the speakers are from a fairly diverse background, and the emphasis also has been on those kind of individual scholars, activists, practitioners who are not necessarily from the academic background. I think there are many, and all of them in fact have a very close association interaction with the local communities, and sort of they are much more familiar with the local non-farm economy and its several challenges. So I'm very happy to invite Dr. D. Raghunandan, who is a very, very distinguished voice. He has been, basically, I think he's an aeronautics engineer, but then for several decades, he has been the voice of the common people, and he has been, in fact, he was the president of the All India People's Science Network. He is currently the director of the Center for Technology and Development in Delhi and Dehradun. And he has been very, very closely associated with numerous popular movements so to promote scientific temper in people, and also has done extensive work so in rural areas, has been very active in the Delhi Science Forum. So I'm very happy to invite him to chair this session. He has a very unusual mix of background, academic background. As I said, that he had been an engineer, and he also had a career in. He was also an anthropologist. So that makes it very, very interesting. And he has this very unique experience of not just sort of giving advice to others or talking, but I think he has been very directly involved in sort of setting up or supporting something like more than 300 rural enterprises in something like about 25 states and union territories in India. He has also very closely associated with the policy circles and sort of his points on dissemination of innovation in rural areas, his views on appropriate technologies, and the sort of field models for pro-poor sort of rural enterprises. These have been taken a very serious note of, and we are very happy that D. Raghuvandan is with us. So please, D. Raghuvandan, you please take over as the chair. And as you give your initial remarks, and as the individual speakers will come in, I'll just quickly introduce them. But before that, you may please take over and your lecture. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Das. And thank you to GIDR for this opportunity to be with you over the next couple of days to discuss this, what I consider to be one of the really important areas, not only of public policy, but also in terms of empowerment of people. That this area of reinvigorating, which is the term used for this seminar, the rural economy, I think will play and needs to play a very important role. I think this was brought home to us during the COVID pandemic, when we saw migrant workers from urban areas, particularly from the large cities and metros, moving out and going back to the rural areas from which they had come, often trekking on foot more than 1,000 odd kilometers, looking for support systems back in their villages, which they did not have in the urban areas. But once they went back to their rural areas, they find that they have social support systems, but no economic support systems. That is to say that the conditions of underemployment, unemployment, Professor Parthasarathi said, one is not sure whether this is distress causing migration or otherwise. Whichever it is, there is some combination of factors which push migrant labor out of rural areas and some factors which pull them to the urban areas. But whichever it is, they have left the rural areas. But when they came back to them during the pandemic, they find that there are still no employment opportunities to earn incomes. They had to fall back on the Rural Employment Guarantee program, which had not even been able to support those rural unemployed or underemployed who continue to live in the rural areas. And on top of which now it was expected to cater to the reverse migration. This clearly showed that there is a tremendous vacuum for employment and income generation in the rural areas. And I think we all know that there is a saturation point as far as the agricultural sector is concerned, which means if at all there has to be any income or employment generation, it has to lie in the non-farm sector in one form or the other. However fungible the relationship between the farm and the non-farm is. Some of the, at least, employment figures seem to suggest that there has been some minor growth in the potential for non-farm employment in the rural areas, in the order of maybe a few percentage points. But these seem to be also confined largely to two sectors, hospitality and construction. And I think those of us who have worked a lot in the rural areas, and I think the panelists in this session would be among them, and I've certainly been working in the rural areas now for close to 4 decades, can recognize this pattern of growing of the quote-unquote hospitality industry, which means a few small hotels, some restaurants and dhabas, etc., in the small towns, the census towns, in which some employment, new industries have started coming up. Some migrant workers are also there, which require these services. You can see these today in small towns, census towns, peri-urban areas, etc. So one can see a growth in this hospitality industries, particularly in small towns. You can also see construction activities, house building activities, some more pakka houses being constructed in rural areas, and so on. But this is at the most accounting for maybe, as I said, a few percentage points, which seems to me to suggest that there is either a big gap in rural employment potential and income generation potential, or at least a pent-up demand for such employment and income potential, which has not been catered to in one form or the other. This is, I think, one aspect that we are noticing. The second aspect on which I would like to throw a little light and hope that the panelists would also address this issue is that if you read the speeches of any major corporate house, FMCG corporates in particular, they talk about the growth of rural markets. This is common across FMCG companies who are saying that, in fact, in many ways, rural markets are registering higher growth than urban markets, regardless of the much touted expansion of the Indian middle class, etc. in the cities. But we are still seeing growth in the rural markets. But all this growth today is being catered to by the urban industries. Earlier, Professor Patsadi, Professor Das had also spoken of the entry of corporates, and Dinesh had referred to this also. Corporates looking for industrial opportunities in the rural areas. But corporates are also looking at the expanding market potential of the rural and semi-urban populations, all of which, as I said, is being met by industrial urban industries, by corporate and urban industries, which again seems to me to suggest a vacuum in the rural areas for industries which could cater to this demand. If there is a demand growing, why are we not able to get rural industries to cater to meet this demand? And why is it only being catered to by the urban industries? Once again, therefore, I think pointing to a gap, a potential for employment creation for enterprises, industries, whatever you want to call them, which could absorb
Yes, that
surplus
seminar just came
rural employment to
I saw the paper. I'll talk to you later. Yes.
to cater to this potential and to cater to this growing demand that is there in the rural areas. So therefore, to my mind, there is potential. Those of us who have been working in the area of trying to generate either at the policy level or directly at community intervention levels, there is a big opportunity for creating such demand, but there seems to be gaps at the policy level, gaps in the credit markets and institutions of what kind of interventions can be done in order to create these or catalyze such practices. And then, of course, the larger political economic environment that we've spoken about, Professor Kannan spoke at such length about and during the discussions. That's all I'll say in the opening remarks. And in fact, I've spoken more than I intended to, but that's largely because I don't have any idea of what my panelists are going to speak, since there are no titles against each of them and what they will address. But I hope that they would touch on some of these aspects.
An order. The Namaste Chennai.
I think, yeah, I think someone's got their phones open and
I've just placed the order and made the payment also for Rasiklal to Ahmedabad.
Yeah, okay. So I think with those few words, and maybe once all the panelists have spoken and there's had some discussion, I'll get an opportunity to add something at the concluding part of that session. So without further ado, I will call the first speaker who is listed before me, that is Susan Bhaktul from Industry Foundation in Bangalore.
Yeah.
Susan, are you with us and are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, I'm ready.
So each of the panelists has about 15 minutes. And if the panelists don't mind, at about the 12th minute also, I'll sort of butt in and tell you that you have 3 minutes left to wind up.
Okay.
Yeah. Susan, if I may just quickly, maybe I'll take 1 minute to introduce you.
Yeah,
I know you have done
please,
a lot of
Thank
work.
you.
So that is a little bit of a small job I'm doing. So very, very happy to have Ms. Susan Bhaktul. She is the CEO of Greencraft and Forest Green and heads the apparel natural fiber value chains at the Industry Foundation. Industries, it's spelled INDUSTREE. In fact, they've been doing a lot of very interesting work on the non-farm, particularly the craft sector, and also Susan has a very long, very rich experience in the field of marketing and particularly natural resources, natural resource-based products like natural fiber, banana, bamboo, non-timber forest products like sal and siali. And also she has a long experience in the apparel and embroidery sector as well. So someone who has really rich sort of on-ground experience with how to make the local producers being part of the value chains and also to make the enterprise profitable. She has about 3 decades of history of managing business for a number of global brands, and she's someone very, very familiar with dealing with from original sort of producers to the final consumer. So with that and a lot of experience in operations management, in budgeting, all that soft skills, if you may say, in business, I think let's have Susan's talk, please.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting Industry Foundation on this talk, or a very interesting topic of non-farm economy. I guess it is, I mean, it's in everybody's mind. It's so obvious that you have to look at economy in rural. What are we doing? Industry Foundation was from the inception of about 17 years ago, has been working with livelihoods and empowering women. We work with the rural women, the marginalized women, the underprivileged women. We take work to them. We do not want to displace them out of their rural community and bring them into the city. So we go to them. So Industry Foundation generally works with the women. We do the skilling of soft skilling and also the hard skilling. So later they get into the products that we then market for them. The women we work with basically come from communities where it's a very low income group, where there is no steady income generating options. They are basically maybe on the farming side, but it is again seasonal, or they must be working with industries which could be harming the woman's health. So what we kind of teach them are on two parameters. One, we do give them training based on soft skills, that means on life skills, how to handle crisis, how to look at positively impacting their families. And the second one is that when we look at all the value chains that Mr. Keshav just mentioned, like bamboo, banana, and the sal leaves, we are trying to make products by the women, and then we market it out to the global market or even the national market. When we are working with these producers, taking their creativity into production, we form an enterprise. This enterprise is totally owned by the women. It is a women-owned enterprise that they work in, so they are the owners of these enterprises. We work on six. Okay, somebody has to mute. Okay, so we work on a principle of 6C. C as in the alphabet C, because we realize that if we have to give these women continued employment, sustained income growth, so that day after day they have something to produce, and day after day they have some income to take home, there are 6 parameters that we have to look at. The first C, alphabet C, and these are the strong words which then go into explanation. The first C, we say it is construct. This is where we aggregate the women. We bring the women together into this enterprise, and then we have the infrastructure for them to work with. So that C is called the construct. After which we give them the training, which I just spoke about, the soft skill and the hard skill. And this we term as capacity. This is the second C of our 6C structure. The third one, and a very important one, is the capital. To run any enterprise, and if you are making a product and you are selling it, we always get the money from the consumer or the customer after a gap of 30 to 60 days, or even sometimes 90 days. So what do we do in between the 90 days? How do we manage? For this, we need working capital. And this is the next C, which is a very strong pillar in putting this enterprise together. The fourth one is what we call create, where you have design inputs. Like we want to create a product which is globally or nationally recognized as a good product, which also has the strength of the historic capacity of the woman from the region. So that's the create part. After all this is done, we definitely have to look for a market for this, because if there is no market for this product, there will be no income generation. So this is the next C is called channel. We call it the channel, which is direct link to the customer or the consumer. This could be national, or it could be international, or it could even be regional. And the last C, what we talk about, and which is very relevant in this day and age, is connect. Is a digital presence into this business. That means everything is on, it's on digital. When we had this COVID and we had to shut down these enterprises because of the COVID. The only way we could keep in touch with the women was through digital. We had earlier given them some smartphones, and some women had smartphones in their family. This is how we continued our training to them. So the last C, which is the connect, is completely digitizing the whole thing. Now, this whole thing that we spoke about, all the 6 C's, is done on a very transparent level, which you can take it back into your sourcing. When you're looking at a product, when a buyer takes a product which is made of banana or bamboo, we can trace it back to the plantation or the farm that we got the product from. So this kind of transparency is something that gives it the strength to show the product that it is, it's not just economical, but it is also a sustainable product. So these are few of the things that we do, and we are working with a lot of women in the Tamil Nadu area with the banana products, and we're working with the bamboo in south of Karnataka, and also we've started in Maharashtra, and the sal leaves we're working in the Odisha region. So we are working, I mean, we are almost pan-India. We're trying to work with the rural women. So we take work to them, and we do not want to dislocate them from their families. What we have seen is that when you place the money into a woman's hand from a rural area, it goes the right direction. It goes towards health, it goes about to the family, it goes towards the education, and the whole family is moving forward in economic strength. So this is one of the main things that we do. We try to look at livelihoods, and we are looking at women empowerment. What is the kind of systemic change that we want? I think we also need to talk a little bit about what are we looking at moving forward? What is the strategy that we are building on? One of the thing is that we are looking at the market demand, and we are seeing that the women, the producers, the owners of these enterprises are capable to create that product. So we are building in skills that, which is required to match a global brand or a national brand. Because once it reaches the brand, the orders which come back should not stop. It should just keep coming. So the women have consistent economic strength. The other one is that when we generate capital, we are also looking at equity for the producer. We are seeing that with this money which is coming back, it is either as an equity, or also that can we use this as a working capital. So this is another strategy, that when we are doing a product, we also see that something comes back to them, so they can turn it into the same product to use it as a working capital. And of course, that when we work, I mean, you mentioned that I've been in this in trade for 30 years, but 30 years ago, we would bring people from villages into towns, into cities. Buses would go there and bring them back. Here, what we are doing is that we are taking work to the women in the family. So we're kind of seeing that we are giving them employment closer to their homes. And this is one thing that we are constantly working on. And whatever they do, they are the owners. We are just the facilitators. We just do the support system, but eventually it is the woman who's producing everything. And of course, finally, it is that, when a producer joins us, either she is just raw, she doesn't have any experience, and she's coming in, or we also have seen young girls who are BComs and BAs, and even quite a bit of an education, but they can't go out of the house because the family is not letting them go out. So then when we take them and then we start them with maybe a smaller one, but they grow into the higher rungs. So again, we are giving them skills. We're giving them managerial skills to manage their own production, own enterprises. So that is another thing that we look at. How do we take this woman who's just joined us raw, and they move into the working cycle and get into quality management, production management, marketing, knowing everything about the 6 C's that I just spoke about. I think I'm running out of time. I could just go on forever. So
you can take a minute or two to wind up, Susan.
okay, so what we are looking from Industry Foundation is that we are going to be increasing our value chains. We are going to work with more and more rural women. This is our idea, that we take work to women, but it's not as if the woman is working for Industry Foundation. They are working for themselves. They are the owners. We are skilling them to be completely an independent enterprise, independent owner of that enterprise. And when we see this happening, when we see this woman who has worked with their enterprise going back, and their daughters and sons learning from this lady, that is a win-win for us. And for us, Industry Foundation, work never stops. We have so much more to do, and we're just going to go on. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Raghunandan.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll come back to you later with questions and comments after all the speakers are done.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
So our next speaker is Shashwat Narayan Bishwas from IRMA, and I'll ask Professor Das to introduce him.
Yeah. So Professor Shashwat Narayan Bishwas, he is from IRMA. In fact, he has been sort of teaching and doing research in this area for last more than 35 years. And so he also was the founding chief editor of the International Journal of Rural Management. And he has conducted a large number of sort of executive programs in India and abroad. And he has been visiting faculty at the University of South Australia, at the G.V. Pant Social Science Institute, and Keat University. And he also has, like many other scholars, he has a very, very close association with the field level dynamics, and written a lot on, or known for his work on organizational behavior, on issues in marketing, particularly in rural areas. His work on cooperatives, and particularly relating to the dairy sector, is very important. He has also done a lot of work on what we may call as model villages. And apart from that, he also has done quite some interesting work on health and sanitation issues, particularly how to access, how these services could be accessed by rural population. So with that, I stop. Yeah, thank you.
Yes, Professor Bishwas, please. Please unmute yourself, Professor Bishwas.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was talking without realizing that I have not unmuted myself. So thank you, Keshav, for a wonderful introduction to me, which I am humbled by that. And another, Mr. Raghunandan gave an introduction to this panel discussion. In fact, very apt, I would say. I will I know 15 minutes, I will stick to that 15 minutes time. And if my time starts now, it is 11:55. So I will stick to 15 minutes, maybe 14 minutes from now. Thank you, sir. And you see, I will specifically, there's one is the general comments about non-farm, rural non-farm sector. One thing Mr. Raghunandan pointed out about rural market. We have been in this field for maybe at least 30 years, directly looking at rural markets, because the sector in which we largely operate, the milk, and beyond that, of course, many other rural. One thing we realized, and all of us realized, that though many companies are very upbeat about the potential of rural market, that it will open up big market potential, and we have been listening to this for at least for last 30 years or so, but 20 years this voice has become very dominant, that there's a huge potential. But rural market increases only after rural people's income increases. the market for all the big players, industries to get into rural areas will open up only when there is a real income rise in the rural areas. And for that, you will have to have the rural economy. Sir, we have looked at different aspects from farm-based allied services and also the cooperatives and non-farm, other non-farm sectors. And here today, I will just focus on one particular study that we have done. We have done several. This study actually, the year goes back to at least 10 years back, 15 years back, 2010, 11. We started on looking at weavers in Kutch region in Gujarat and in Madhya Pradesh. And slowly we started understanding that, and throughout the country, weaving is something, is one of the most prime non-farm sector in rural India, which has been there since time immemorial. So, and though it has been there, people have been talking about new forms of non-farm activities, but we thought that this is the most traditional activities, which borders between both as a craft, as an art, and also as a form of livelihood, and which is also tied to the local culture and traditions and preserving culture. So we'll have to look at it from different angles. So during this, and Mr. Raghunandan talked about COVID-19 and displacement or migration. And in that context, this study which we did, because we looked at the weavers.
I think
here at Irma. Is it clear? Are you able to?
Maybe if you put off the video, there's a bandwidth problem. I think your voice is breaking. So if you put off the video,
Then that's what I sensed. Is it okay? Are you able to hear me now?
yeah. Yes. Yes, Sashwat, yes.
Okay. So we during COVID pandemic, we tried to examine that what happened, what is the sense of resilience under different market structure for the weavers. So we chose weavers, in West Bengal, because one of the things that though we had looked at other states, but we had not looked at West Bengal. So one of my colleagues said that incidentally, West Bengal has the maximum producer of handloom fabrics, particularly cotton saris. Saris, it's one of the biggest, and it accounts for 35% of handloom fabrics produced in the country. And because of I belong to IRMA and we have a genesis in the cooperative movement, so always we are interested in to find out what is the dynamics here in the handloom sector, and so we tried to select, and during this pandemic, we knew almost all, whether it is rural or urban, production had either slowed down, production process had either slowed down, or it had completely stopped. In most places, it had stopped. But we wanted to see and find out that what happens when a particular, say, handloom cluster is open to the market. Is open to the market. That means the weavers, they are directly dealing with both the the traders and also the suppliers. So of the raw material. So when they're directly, so we call them just, it's a market is there. And then there is another form of market, that is the cooperativization. So we found that there are two clusters. One is a Fulia cluster, which is largely characterized by unaffiliated weavers who are not affiliated to any cooperative or not part of any cooperative movement. And the Dhania Khali cluster, which is most members, most weavers are part of the cooperative structure. So we went to these clusters, we interviewed, we collected some basic data, and then we tried to find out what is the situation during, and it was just when COVID-19 was the movement ban was lifted. That's the time we went there, when this ban on movement, restrictions on movement was lifted, because we could not move out. We wanted to, but we could not move out during the COVID period. And only when the movement ban was restricted, was lifted, we went there and we started talking to the weavers. And there are some other characteristics which I would like. For example, Dhania Khali weavers were all basically coming from the Tantubai community. That is, they were weaving community. They were traditional weavers, and for generations they have been doing it. And so we went to Dhania Khali. Whereas to contrast it, in Fulia, these weavers, they had come from, they were not traditional weavers. They before the partition of the country, their forefathers were in East Bengal and they migrated. They belonged to different caste groups. And but as a livelihood, they had taken up, their forefathers had taken up weaving as a profession. And so this is the second and third generation weavers that are engaged in this business. And in the cooperatives, of course, all these cooperative weavers, cooperatives, the cooperative that we chose, Samaspur Union Cooperative Services, the elections are held every 5 years. Governing body is selected, secretary, president are there to conduct the operations. And there is a participation of all the weavers, most of the weavers, the member weavers. But we found out that weavers mostly participate in all the, within the governance mechanism of the organization, and they're highly participated. Now, two things that emerged, and that was a very, very interesting thing. One is that we found that before the COVID-19, much before the COVID-19, the weavers, those who were within the what we call as a market. It's not an open market. I cannot call it an open market, because the relationship between the traders and the weavers are almost, it's a one-to-one, but they have a historical relationship. So the weavers usually don't, within the market, they don't go and in search of, every year they don't go in search of new traders. They carry on with the same traders over the years. And we found that before the pandemic, the Fulia weavers, those who were the marketplace, their earnings were better. They had better control over the type of raw materials that they would like to have. And of course, on pricing, they would also negotiate with the traders, and a lot of negotiations would go on. However, during pandemic, during COVID-19, that during the lockdown period, they did not get any assistance, any financial assistance, and they were all, there was no market for their produce. And almost most of these weavers are at a subsistence level, and they depend on, and they were in a very dire straits. Whereas, very interestingly, the Dhoniakhali weavers, they got consistently, even if the production, of course, went on, and they were supplying to the cooperatives, and so cooperatives was assisting them during the crisis period, and most of them were getting wages from the cooperative during the pandemic crisis. And that was one of the most, though there are many other things that was happening, and we found that the shocks were directly, the shock felt by the weavers in Fulia, which was open market and was open to all Mahajans and traders. That was much more drastic. And all of them depended on of course, in both the places, they depended on the Mahatma Gandhi rural employment generation project. But apart from that, they were, the Fulia weavers were worse off than the Dhoniakhali weavers. Though the income of the Dhoniakhali weavers went down, but there was a steady flow of support from the co-op. So this was one of the, I think I have crossed, I think I have some 2-3 minutes, I think I have. I'll just, so I think to wind up, I can say that, of course, there are many other stark differences in these two types of, there are some learning points. One of the learning points that is that when
horizontal thing. Look,
sorry, I thought there's a question or something. Anyway, the learning point has been this, that for, it's maybe true for farm sector, but for non-farm sector also, if the non-farm sector micro entrepreneurs, because I'm saying using a term micro entrepreneur for all of them, all these non-farm sector people who are engaged in non-farm sector, because they will have to find their buyers, they'll have to find their raw material supplies, and so they are all micro entrepreneurs. Under a cooperative umbrella, their shocks, whenever there are external shocks, they're able to absorb it better, and they will be absorbed it better. When there are external shocks and people are left to open market situation, it's not free market, but open market situation, they are more vulnerable to shocks. And even if they have come up what we call is above poverty level, and they have come up to their income, if there are shocks, they go down, and it takes a long time after the shock, post-shock, for them to come back to the normal level, because by that time, what has happened in Fulia, that the weavers were taking loans at high interest rate during the time of COVID. And even if after the movement restrictions were lifted, so there they were taking at a high interest from the same traders, and they were actually getting into or merged under the debt. And so there is a case for, though there may be many other issues, but a strong case for cooperativization of non-farm sector in rural areas. And that's one. Thank you for your patient hearing, and I stop here. And,
good, thank you, Professor Bishwas. I've just been informed that our Susan, our previous speaker, has to leave early. So I'll interrupt the next presentation just to ask if there are any questions directed to Susan. Then please, I think you may ask those now. I see one question here in the chat box from Dr. Shalini Kala.
But I think that is for Saswat actually.
That is for, yeah, that's for you. Okay. So are there any questions to Susan Bhatkal? Any questions?
May I? I raised my hand. So,
Okay.
Jai, Raghu.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Please go ahead.
Yeah, very quickly, it was a fascinating presentation of taking work and incomes to rural areas instead of moving women to urban areas. I mean, fascinating. And I also have several questions about how do you, well, let's say, assess the value of work? I mean, are there let's say, differences between people with skills, or in other words, how are the creativity aspects paid with respect to, or valued with respect to, just labor values, that is just a sewing or making kind of activity versus creativity, intelligence, knowledge, material sourcing, those kinds of understandings?
Ms. Bhatkal, Susan? I hope she hasn't left already.
I don't know, because I was told that she would be there for a while, and then in her place,
yeah, I think she has left.
She has left. Okay, no problem.
I don't see her name there. Yeah.
So anyone from Industry Foundation wants, like Miss Neha, or Miss Neha might say something. I don't think she's there. Miss Salini, are you from Industry Foundation?
No, I'm not from industry.
Okay. So I think
sorry, Raji, I think your question is left dangling, but we'll see if maybe somebody else can pick up the ball later.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will call the next speaker. That was supposed to be Niti Mehta, but I believe Ms. Mehta is not with us today, in place of which Dr. Rajeshwari Raina will be speaking. So I'll request Professor Das to kindly introduce Professor Rajeshwari.
Yeah.
Dr. Das?
Yeah. So I think Professor Rajeshwari Raina doesn't need much of an introduction. She is a very, very active scholar. Active, I'm sort of using in a very real sense, because she has been teaching, she has been doing excellent research, and she has been active with several, she's been actively participating with several larger national and global networks focusing on rural issues in agriculture, and of course, a lot of interesting work on non-farm issues. She's currently the professor at the Department of International Relations and Governance Studies, and also the associate director of the Center for Public Affairs and Critical Theory, what is called CPAC, at the Shiv Nadar University in Delhi, NCR. She had been a scientist for quite some time with the National Institute of Science, Technology and Development Studies. And because of her very interesting background, actually, she has a background in MSc in agricultural sciences, and also has a PhD in economics from the Center for Development Studies. She has very sort of wide-ranging interests, which sort of span, let's say, around the issues of institutions and sort of knowing complex social and ecological systems. She also works on knowledge, policy, and practice conundrums, and science in international assessments. She has been very closely associated in sort of executive positions with the INSEE, Indian Indian Society for Ecological Economics, and she has been twice Vice President of the Indian Society of Agricultural Economics. Some of her very, very interesting books in recent years include Inclusive Innovation, Evidence and Options in Rural India. The other one is Post-Growth Thinking in India. And the third one, recent book, is on Science, Technology and Development in India, Encountering Values. So with that, I stop. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Das? Raghu? Am I audible?
Yes, Raji, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So, and the screen is visible too. I've just shared my screen. Is the screen sharing on?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Thanks. So,
It's on, but it is.
Yeah, you can make it full screen.
I think you should make it full screen.
It is full screen now, is it?
Oh, okay.
No?
No.
It is? No, not yet. Okay.
No.
No.
No. Okay, then I'll just stop sharing and go back to try and do this again. Okay. Just give me a second. Okay. So yeah, thanks very much. I think I'm eating into my time now. If I can't do it, I'll just continue with this here. So thanks, Das, for making this. Giving me this opportunity to speak at this event. Though I don't work on rural industrialization, I think and rural economy has been central to my work. Yes, and in many ways, because mainly my work has been on agriculture, and well, agriculture in the sense that it's not just been just about agricultural productivity questions, but on questions of how well knowledge is well structured and works within the agricultural economy, that is within the agricultural systems in diverse, of course, explosive diversity of agriculture that we have in this country, or anywhere in the world for that matter, though we've kind of made it all very uniform now. So thanks again. Let me just quickly run through the presentation. I've just got about 5-6 slides, and then stop for questions later. So, so Raghu, again, please give me a warning 12 minutes into the presentation. So, I've titled this as Time, Work, and the Dynamic Rural Economy, as a title that I've taken from something that I'm currently writing. So it's also an opportunity for me to get a little feedback on what I'm trying to argue. So the key argument is again about one, that the question of sustainability is not something that's going to happen in the future. I mean, you take any definition of sustainable future, they talk about sustainability, sustainable development, sustainable development goals. It's all something that is far away. Yeah, it's the next generation. I mean, let's take 1960s England, yeah, or Churchill's time, yeah, when Churchill was prime minister, I forget the year. Anyway, people built taller chimneys to take away the pollution, right? Move it somewhere else. That is, move it away in physical space or in time. So the key problem that we have now about the sustainability crisis that we face, climate change, environmental problems, social disruption, the Global Risk Report today 2022 has put the lack of social cohesion as one of the biggest risks that the world faces. So in terms of a whole range of risks, so sustainability as something that has to happen later is something that we have to, well, revisit. It has to happen now and right now. And the ways in which we can do it, my argument is, sorry, it is not mine. It comes from several networks, several people that I work with. So this comes with a load of debt to a whole range of people I work with. Yeah, and some of the projects that Das mentioned, I work with Das, Tara, a whole range of friends. So the village-centered economy is the answer. There is no other answer. Again, this is not to go back to what we have misinterpreted as Gandhi's statement about the village economy. Yeah, but the village-centered economy, as Kumarappa puts it, is very different. It's a very different animal. Yeah, and how do we understand that? So what I want to say is two things. One is that we have an opportunity to look at the dynamic rural economy, questions of time and work. If we just take a little example. I mean, I'm so grateful to Professor Kannan for mentioning water, yeah, because let's take water, yeah. So daily work, seasonal, inter and intra-seasonal work, the question of time there, yeah, we just erase the meanings of time, right? In what we do, annual, millennial goals, yeah, somehow the idea of time and the idea of decent work, it's of course very well institutionalized in the sustainable development goals and all that, but it doesn't, well, it doesn't come to, or let's say address the kind of, well, conceptualization that you find in Kumarappa's, well, the subtitle being the plea for a village-centered economic order. We're not asking for a village economy to replace the global economy today, no, but a village-centered, it's again, like I said, a very different angle. What does that mean? What did he mean by, again, his permanence, that is economy of permanence is the most widely read text, but I think the other text about the village economy, again, not just as a village economy, like one village with its surrounding hamlets and little, agricultural tract around it, that's a physical, mental model that we have built. I mean, that's been, well, let's say, institutionalized in our minds by the kind of development economics, by the kind of social sciences that we have been trained in, not the lens that a person in a village would use, like an ordinary person living in a village, maybe doing a school teaching job, a little Anganwadi work or whatever, but also doing some agricultural work. That's not the way they would see it, right? So our international economic order, the post, let's say, industrial economic order, the theories of agricultural development, for instance, agriculture is meant to be theoretically in development economics, a sector that should ideally just disappear. Yeah, it should thin down and thin down and thin down and become 1.5% of the GDP. It should become less than 1% if possible. Right? It is given to us. We've been fed on this. That's our staple diet. But let's take a social metabolic lens that Kumarappa uses. So I'm just saying that we need a little more, well, Kumarappa's writing during those times, again, there's a lot that he could have done more if he had, well, done something that was, well, let's say, economy of permanence, of course, as a text that needs several fillings in between. But let's just, based on what we know now about sustainability, about a sustainable social metabolism, revisit those texts and see what it means in terms of time, material exchanges, matter and energy flows, right? So what does it mean? How do we revisit this? So the question of social metabolism, I've just given a simple definition, which I use in my undergraduate class. Yeah. So basically all energy and material transformations that are taking place in a system. We have excellent measures of India's social metabolism, well, rural and urban included, rural with a difference, rural and urban differentiated, Singh et al., Simranjit Singh et al., 2012, which is a brilliant publication, which I don't think many of us would even refer to, because again, that's not, as Professor Kannan said, one of our staple diets, right? So what I'm arguing for is to use Kumarappa's lens, but use it through our, well, let's say our questions. Many of us here, I mean, who I've spoken to, worked with, Dinesh, Raghu, Tara, Das, I mean, all of us have asked this question repeatedly about the rural-urban continuum. Professor Kannan also referred to it, yeah? The previous presenter, Susan Bachtel, spoke about how the rural-urban continuum does exist and work can also move. I mean, people don't have to move to find work. Work can move to rural areas, right? So it's a question of what moves and what doesn't. We have been taught, we have taken for granted that labor mobility should be facilitated, whereas capital mobility is taken for granted. Well, capital can move from one country to the other. Infosys today can invest in Philippines. Chalo, wahan pe wages are cheaper. IT professionals are cheaper than our IT professionals. So move there, right? So the rural-urban continuum is something, again, labor capital mobility is something that's been fed to us. The idea of property, questions of, I'm going to skip this, the third one, labor commodity proposition, because it's there in one of the, again, a brilliant text, which we all need to refer to on democracy and capitalism, which basically, Samuel Bowles and Gintis, right, that talks about how the labor commodity proposition is something that all of us, right, left of center, everybody has bought into it, right? So we need to ask questions about this, and the way to question this is one of the texts that we have with us is, well, some of Kumarappa's work, of course, but ask questions about several of these concepts. For instance, questions of flux, dynamism, limits. Yeah, Stiglitz's work on measuring what counts. Let's assume that we rewrite it as measuring what counts in a limited world, or in a limited planet, or on a limited planet, if you want it that way. Yeah? What would it look like? Would the idea of scarcity, would the concept of scarcity be different? Would the idea of, well, what is economics, the allocation of scarce resources, blah, blah, yeah? Would that be different? We don't ask that. So Kumarappa points to several of these things: flux, dynamism, limits, patterns, interactions and relations, buffers, questions of externality. There is no externality in a village system where everything that is waste is recycled. Everything is a joint product. Yeah. So communities of affinity and sufficiency economy, well, Stephen Marglin's work, again, not taught in India, not taught in many parts of the world in economics, of course, not in mainstream economics, but not even in heterodox economics, which is a tragedy. Yeah, so some heterodox economists do teach this, of course. But so my point here is about our understanding of institutional economics, and institutional economics as, well, what we see as humanly devised constraints. I mean, this has, of course, been chewed badly by the third school, which basically tells us that institutions are also economic instrumental variables. That is, one instrumental variable that you add to an existing economic paradigm is an institution or a rule or a norm, a new way of seeing the world, right? A new role or norm that can apply to a kind of productivity question. That is wrong. Yeah, that is patently wrong, because institutions, rules and norms are there around us all the time, and they what link the social system. What Raghu spoke about society, that is social support but no economic support. Yeah, why? Because the social systems in rural India, in rural areas throughout the world, have been denied the ability to, well, what we call make their own institutions, that is, create their own rules and norms. Yeah, so the commonly known rules used to structure, well, interaction situations. Yeah, the kind of, well, let's say the way in which a rule that is not complied can be handled in a social system, questions of work allocation. So I'll just refer to some of these things that we heard in all the previous presentations about livestock keeping, handloom weavers. Yeah, a handloom weaver in rural Bangladesh, in Bengal in particular, is also somebody who's doing a little weeding or a little winnowing, yeah, or a little food processing in her or his spare time. Yeah, so they're all involved in various other activities. In other words, work is not measured as 8 hours of a given or one particular job. Or if I'm a teenager in rural Bengal, I would also be looking after some landlord's buffaloes, returning the buffalo to him after a particular time. Yeah, again, not measured annually or in terms of intra-seasonal changes, but measured in terms of the heifers' growth. Yeah, how would I raise this from a calf to a heifer stage and give it back to the landlord and get about 10,000, 20,000 rupees, depending on the kind of buffalo it was. Yeah, so these are the ways in which time and work intermingle and shape the interactions that we see in our institutions, that our rural economies count and make work in our villages today, as of now, as we speak today. Yeah, they do not work according to the givens in our development economic theories. Yeah, the 4 pillars that Amartya Sen celebrated, right? So a substantive economy, a substantive understanding of this economy is important, as Kumarappa would tell us. But, well, we are all trained into, well, let's say, what we call a timeless, or let's say an assumed ignorance of time, neglect of time. We don't want to know about it. And again, it's not me saying it. Several people, several great economists, I've just quoted a few: Robert Solow, Samuelson, John Hicks, all of them, again, Nobel Prize winners, no joke. Yeah, mainstream economists say that, well, mainstream economics, neoclassical, Marxist, ignores time. I mean, we speak about different ages or periods and all that, but the workings of time in regular daily work, in regular production systems, other than one standard notion of time and work, is not present in economics, whereas institutional economics gives you the scope for that, because it also acknowledges different societies with, well, different understandings of stocks and flows. The best definition, the best in the sense as we have of now, I hope the knowledge will also evolve, of time is when you classify the material that you use, whether it's a little buffalo a calf that you raise from a calf to heifer stage, or, well, a crop or a handloom sari, yeah, whatever work you're doing, if you look at it through an institutional framework that is essentially material energy based, thermodynamic in nature, you see the physical basis of it, the biophysical basis of that work, which also has, well, given the way all our societies have been shaped by the natural situations that they have evolved in. Nature is very different from here as it was, well, let's say in the Euphrates Tigris, or now in the plains of a monocrop production system, whether in Punjab or Germany, doesn't matter, right? So when
You have to unmute yourself. You are on mute.
Sorry, I'm sorry. How much of it did I lose? So
Not
have I
much.
lost it? Okay, my screen's gone. So
The screen was there just a minute ago.
Okay, should I just bring this on again because I'm at the last slide? Okay.
Yeah, Raji, you have 2 minutes left.
Okay. I'm just going to finish now. This is actually close to the second last slide. Okay, so for us, what is important is to ask, so I'm just to revisit this last point, that if we have a thermodynamic that is a material energy based understanding of the economy, which is what most of rural economies have. I mean, if we've heard Professor Kannan speak about water, again, extremely grateful for that. Professor Vaidyanathan, one of our teachers, all of us have studied with him, right, speaks about how a farmer actually measures yield per hectare per mm of water. Yeah, and he says that in 5 of the rainfed agriculture states in this country, yield per hectare per mm of water is higher than in our irrigated lands. Well, a little obvious perhaps because the mm of water in the rainfed areas, the denominator is smaller. But the point is that why don't we measure it like that? Why don't we bring in water, the kind of sharecropping arrangements, Amitara's work on tenancy, yeah? When people, well, get into a tenancy relationship just to get a share of water, just to make sure that you get critical irrigation. We don't measure that. That's not part of our statistics because the funds and the stocks there are not visible in a formalized monetary economic exchange. There is no substantive. Rural India, rural anywhere, is full of substantive understandings. A woman or man, a tribal man who decides to migrate, is calculating the energy and time dimensions of his her own work, households, dependency. So measuring what counts, as the famous Stiglitz-Fitosi Commission talks about, is not just about a formalized value measure of GDP or value added per well, let's say per year, per sector, agriculture, industry, service sector value added, or per commodity, the rice economy value added. No, perhaps what we need is a decommodification and a relook at what Marx says, the relationships that matter. Yeah, what means we need a different dashboard of indicators, not based on just what Stiglitz says. That is a major step ahead, but we need to build on that. So, and that's the essential, well, let's say reconceptualizing and remeasuring is what we need to do. Some of these have been done by some civil society organizations. I mean, we heard Susan Bhaktul's presentation just now, brilliant. But the point is, they don't measure it that way because all of them also have been trained in the same way as we have as academics. So we have to learn to, the rural is undervalued, right? And theoretically, we've told that it is meant to disappear. The damn rural, get rid of it. That is when you develop, yeah? You have to move everything, labor, capital, everything to industry. So we live in a world of metrics and we measure what we think we value. We have to find a different value measure. Go back to Kumarappa, look at some of these values, theories of values that he questions. Of course, there are no answers. Do not look for answers in Kumarappa. Look for the right question. And I think that is where the basis of a dynamic rural economy is there, very much there in Kumarappa's text. What we go and do is to prescribe policies based on that. That's not on. What we need to do is to go back and revisit what he says in terms of, well, a substantive dynamic rural economy. And I think there is immense scope to do that, given the number of us who are willing to stick our neck out and do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Raji. I think we will now move to our next speaker. And that is Professor Deepak Mishra from JNU. Professor Mishra.
I'll just quickly.
I'll ask Dr. Das to introduce you, and then you can start. Dr. Das?
Professor Deepak Kumar Mishra. He is a professor at the CSRD, Center for Studies in Regional Development at JNU, and he's done excellent work for decades on agrarian change, on rural livelihoods and agrarian institutions. He has done very, very interesting work on labor migration, gender and human development issues. In fact, he has a number of books. So if I may quickly read out some of the titles: The Unfolding Crisis in Assam's Tea Plantations, Employment and Occupational Mobility. The other book, which is very popular, by the way, is Internal Migration in Contemporary India. He has co-edited Rethinking Economic Development in Northeast India, The Emerging Dynamics. And also very recently, he has another book he has co-edited is Land and Livelihoods in Neoliberal India. So he's a very, very well-published author. And he has received the first Sanjay Thakur Memorial Young Labour Economist Award given by the Indian Society of Labour Economics. And he has been a Commonwealth Visiting Fellow at the University of Oxford. He has been an Indian Council of Cultural Relations Chair Professor at the Russian State University for Humanities. And also he was a Visiting Fellow at the York University, the Center for Asian Research. So I stop with that. He's a very soft person. He doesn't make many claims, but his work is very, very sort of deep and very well recognized. We are very happy that he's with us.
Thank you, esteemed chair and co-panelists, friends. Thanks to GIDR and Professor Das for that, I think, very generous introduction. I don't know. Okay, the presentation, the inaugural address by Professor Kannan, in fact, covers almost all the issues that I thought of, I was thinking of highlighting here. So instead, what I will do is I'll pick up a few points that has already been raised by Professor Kannan and others, and would like to expand that from the perspective of political economy, and particularly looking at from the perspective of labor in contemporary India. I'll be drawing upon my field surveys here and there, but largely I'll be speaking in very general terms. The rural non-farm economy, as we know, is seen as in policy circle as a marker of social and economic transformation, but its relationship with poverty reduction, particularly highlighted by Professor Avijit Sen and his co-authors, public investment-led creation of non-farm activities and its impact, substantial impact on poverty reduction, actually is something that raised hopes for a rural transformation led by the rural non-farm economy. Unfortunately, in the beginning, those who were quick to look at this ongoing transformation across the global south framed it against the dominant agriculture first principles, called it agricultural fundamentalism of some kind, and hence this dichotomy probably has been given more space than it deserves between agriculture and the non-farm economy. However, if we look at the insights from numerous field surveys and to some extent from the secondary data that we have, it is very clear that a large number of families, an increasingly large number of households in rural India are depending on multi-local, multi-sectoral livelihood strategies, and they are trying to combine livelihoods from agriculture, allied activities, the rural non-farm employment sector, commuting and migration. In this context, what happens to the rural non-farm economy is central to understand not only what is happening in the rural sector, but what is happening to labor, particularly migrant labor beyond the rural economy. Now, we have seen that in the context of the pandemic, the significance of agriculture increased for some time as a measure, as a source of employment under distress, and then the rural and farm economy is slowly picking up. There is an increased, of course, interest in the nature of rural rural non-farm economy. That is again, it's said to be doing well, but still the problem is with aggregation. All of us know that those who work on rural non-farm economy, that it is highly diverse. I will speak up only one part of that diversity, that is the process diversity. And in the political economy perspective, in the old dependency theories would, for example, argue that the rural periphery, despite supplying labor, cheap labor, food, raw materials, and other resources for urban core, would continue to remain poor for a long time. This articulation, of course, has been questioned, but at the same time, we should, if we visit to rural areas, particularly, for example, I remember the areas where lots of mining has happened. This is not entirely an inaccurate description of what is happening, what might happen under certain circumstances. An equally important process, which has not been talked about a lot, or has been talked out in different ways, is the ruralization of capital. Now, we all know this process, that faced with rising costs because of competition, congestion, so on and so forth, land scarcity in the urban centers, capital tends to move to rural areas. However, its ability to transform the rural areas depends on the context. There are lots of heterogeneity and unevenness in this process, in this linkage between ruralized capital and the rural economy. Its ability to transform the rural economy, of course, depends on the various forward and backward linkages. But consider, for example, the effects of establishment of large-scale projects in rural areas that involve a process of dispossession, resulting in the involuntary separation of rural producers from their means of livelihood. Now, such projects do create earning and employment opportunities for a section of population, but at the same time trigger a livelihood crisis for others. So the net incomes are not just the results of what has been called as the spatial fixes of big capital, but also how exactly this big capital, corporate capital, interacts with the local class and social processes from below. A common finding from a large number of case studies on the impact of such industrialization, which was referred to, was that while some classes might benefit out of it, particularly those with better access to land, assets, and education, the land poor, socially marginalized, and women in particular are not typically excluded or are included with adverse terms. So it's not only about the extent of the rural non-farm economy, but also about the kind of rural non-farm economy that we are looking at and its differentiated impact across different sections of the rural economy and the rural society. Compared to that, a rural non-farm sector that is driven by agricultural development, a rural non-farm sector that could be small scale, agro-based, labor intensive, it has been argued, has got a better chance of integrating different sections of the society into a path of relatively better economic opportunities in an inclusive manner. But we all know that such industries face a set of different challenges, particularly when examined from the perspective of labor. Labor relations in such enterprises are marked by the preponderance of self-employment, unpaid domestic workers, poorly paid wage workers. And in this segment, there are lots of employment, which is in fact a disguised labor under the overwhelming dominance of capital, subject to acute self-exploitation. Nevertheless, this ability of the rural non-farm sector to create alternatives it changes a lot. It changes the livelihood options, even among the poorest of the households. But what kind of new jobs that are being created when the dominant mode of job creation in the economy is through greater informalization, a point that has already been highlighted, of course? Does RRFE expansion mean simply a ruralization of precarity, or can we hope for a better kind of jobs, better kind of employment opportunities, both for the self-employed and those who are being employed by the ruralized capital? Another way of looking at this diversity is to look at the relationship between agriculture and the rural non-farm employment in contemporary context. I'm not going to the past, where the success story of green revolution of some kind leading to expansion of rural non-farm employment. But if we look at the contemporary agrarian crisis, and by agrarian crisis, I do not mean only a crisis of production and productivity, rather it's a crisis of class reproduction, particularly class reproduction of small and marginal farmers who do not simply have enough earnings from agriculture to sustain themselves, to reproduce them as a class of producers. Now, if we look at the linkage between agrarian crisis and rural non-farm employment, the distress element comes out very clearly. On the one hand, we find, of course, accumulative diversification at the top, but at the same time, distress-led diversification at the bottom, particularly in the context of the de-agrarianization of earnings in farmer households owning less than, let us say, 2.5 acres or less land, that has been overwhelming. So rural non-farm economy actually intersects, on the one hand, the use of agrarian surplus for the local non-agricultural economy at the top, and along with distress diversification of a kind which is driven by the failure of agriculture to provide a decent livelihood for those who are in agriculture. This very fact can, of course, be looked at from two different perspectives, so far as the rural non-farm economy is concerned. On the one hand, it can mean that agriculture is unable to provide livelihoods, so an agrarian crisis actually spills over to the rural non-farm economy, and that's why we are getting distress-led diversification of livelihoods. On the other hand, if we examine very carefully what happened during the crisis, during the pandemic, the renewed significance of agriculture, and also the long-term factor that much of migration is circular in nature, where migrants do not simply leave one sector and join another sector or move spatially from one to another destination. Rather, the fact is that agriculture continues to remain as part of their livelihood for a variety of reasons. I'm not saying that it is only because of the returns from agriculture, but the fact is that the alternative jobs that are available in the rural non-farm economy are not good enough for people, both in the rural non-farm economy and also in the urban economy, are not good enough for people to move away from the question of the dependence on agriculture. So that means there is the rural non-farm economy is not able to create the kind of employment opportunities that are required for a vibrant rural non-farm economy. I'll conclude. I'll not go into the other things that I had in mind to say. Just flag a few more issues. Also, the distinction. Also, if we look at the nature of ruralization, the nature of rural-urban linkages it establishes both from the demand side and the supply side, the kind of corridor effects which was all referred to in the beginning of this panel discussion, the kind of corridor effects whereby villages near the railway and road networks get transformed, and the kind of very localized non-farm activities through a process of commodification of nature. The kind of development that it generates needs also to be contextualized. I'll just say that rather than focusing on this much about the nature of rural non-farm employment, that rather than focusing on the extension of non-farm activities to rural areas, rather than being, taking that as a goal in itself, one needs to unpack the kind of jobs that are being created, the kind of livelihoods that are being created. And from that perspective, one thing is very clear, that it would be wrong to expect the rural non-farm economy to solve the problem of employment security when the overall structure of employment is dominated by informality. That's where the role of the state is significant, no matter how much we think that it's an old-fashioned idea. The idea of security to rural entrepreneurs, rural non-farm work laborers cannot be left to the rural non-farm economy alone. There needs to be a strong state support. Of course, the state support can be of various kinds. I will just focus on the last point. That is actually not about policy. That is about the way we understand the rural non-farm sectors. One has already been, one strong critic has already been presented by Professor Revving. The other missing element, I would say, is the question of power and social regulation of the RNFE sector. Unless RNFEs are studied as institutionally embedded in the social economy of the rural areas, the possibilities of power, the possibilities of studying power relations and hence unequal outcomes with the participation of rural non-farm economy will be limited. The kind of class differentiation that ruralization of capital is creating, it's something unprecedented and not studied in great detail, I would say. For example, the rise of a new rentier class acting as a mediator between the rural society and the capital that is increasingly looking at the rural areas. It's something that deserves further attention. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Biswas. I will now call upon the last speaker in this session. That's Professor Nirmalendu Jyotishi from FES, Foundation for Ecological Security in Bhubaneswar.
Yeah.
I'll ask Dr. Das to introduce him, please.
We have Mr. Nirmalendu Jyotishi, who has been with the Foundation for the Ecological Society, or FES, as it is known as. He has a master's in economics, and he has been so largely for a long time now working at the grassroots in the development sector. So his experience is more of like social development organizations and like interventions at the community level, particularly focusing on the non-farm sector, the enterprises, and a special part of his work relates to how to sort of like improvise or sort of enhance or diversify the possibilities of skills in communities, how to sort of mobilize local resources for capacity building, and how to sort of like strategize to sort of introduce newer, let's say, technologies, newer institutional aspects, newer learnings in local societies. So that is what he largely works on. So let's listen to him. Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Nirmalendu, are you ready?
Yeah, I think he has unmuted.
He's unmuted, but...
Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Namaskar to all. And the way Professor Das introduced, I may not be of that level, maybe, but over last 3 decades, I have worked with social sector mostly as a community mobilizer. My major experience goes with rural communities, mobilizing them for their livelihoods and for how they can be organized for themselves and their rights and entitlements. Over the years, I have
maybe slightly, if you your picture or thoda sa close aayega to acha rahega. Now it is much better. Yeah, please.
Okay, yes, okay. Because I am connected to a mobile and holding it, and that's the thing. Anyway, so the experience of mine is mostly in the community mobilization for their livelihoods. And over these 30 years, more than 30 years working with the rural communities, particularly in Odisha and Western Odisha, there are certain learnings and there are many questions. And here, basically, I don't want to put many solutions or answers like Rajeshwari said, and Deepak also made a lot. So I want to put certain questions and my doubts to be presented in this conference, which may be look for the answers in future. First thing, when I see this entire rural community livelihoods, we see their livelihoods are related to the resources around them. And many of these resources are, some are private, but largely commons are the natural resources around, maybe forest, water, all this, grazing land. And these resources are getting denuded day by day, and that is impacting their livelihoods, and that making many a times the reason for migration living, because their survival becoming very critical for with these resources, denuded resources, population increasing and all. So now, is that the reality? That's the major question. We tried to understand that. We realized three things in these learnings over these years. One is the whole tenurial security over these resources by the community. Whether the community have real ownership on these resources which they use for their livelihoods. Because of lack of that, they just use it as a user, but they don't manage it. These resources, that gets degraded. And second thing we realized, that though there are informal systems of managing there traditionally, but gradual overuse of these resources and lack of traditional passing of these rules and social systems, these rules are getting denuded as well. It is not only the resource denudation, it is the social rules are also getting denuded, which is affecting the management of these resources and affecting the livelihood. And third important thing we also say, there is a very little investment either from the state side or from the community to restore such resources back for their livelihood. So we see if these three things comes together with a proper arrangement, tenurial security over the resources by the community, proper rules and governance systems by the community to manage it, and a proper investment to restore these resources again back, can really help in improving their livelihoods. And that also covers both agrarian and non-agrarian way of thinking in the rural economy. So in this context, I want to just share a very small case in Kalahandi district of Odisha, a small block called Madanpur Rampur, a tribal area called Barabanda Gram Panchayat, which is mostly largely dominated by the Kond communities, tribals. So there, what happened in 2010-11, after this Forest Rights Act came, government issued a community forest rights to this few of these villages. The villagers didn't know that they are given some title and they're given some rights. But somehow some social organization came in who got these pattas from the government through a right to information, went to the villagers and said, this is your patta, this forest belongs to you, you can manage it. Then suddenly it's a big question among the community. Is it true? Whether government, the forest department given these rights to us to manage? And most of these forests are almost degraded condition. The open clad hills around, red soil. So, and that is affecting their agriculture, their livestock and everything gradually denuding. So suddenly after these rights they get, and they said that this forest belongs to you and you have to manage for your own survival. And these mobilizers started motivating the communities. The community started protecting the forest. And now in 2010 to 2012, it is over almost 12 years. It's a very good regenerated forest around. Not only the forest, the most important story. In 2014, one of the village, Jamuguda in between, who started get a right because they have a huge bamboo forest around, they started selling bamboo on the rights of the CFR. Lot of fight with the forest department. Making stories short, I want to say, seeing Jamuguda, there are many other villages around also started harvesting bamboo and selling it to the market. Though there are legal struggles, there are fights with the forest department, district administration, a lot of writings, all these type of things have happened. But finally they succeeded, the community able to succeeded to sell bamboo. And from 2018 onward, last 4 years, over more than 12 villages or 14 villages selling more than 10 lakhs rupees of bamboo every year. And some villages has gone up to 60, 70 lakhs rupees bamboo selling annually. These 4 years within this suddenly changed that community. Because of this huge income, the community started earning as a community this money. So they have started getting, they're not more dependent on their NREGA type of thing, which is they're fighting for, they're hardly getting 10 days a year, some job. Now they are no more dependent. But after this income to the community, there are questions started coming. Whose money is this? And for what we should spend this money, invest this money, reinvest this money. There are a lot of discussed deliberations. There I see these poor cons, we can say illiterate cons maybe, but they're very rich with their traditions and all. So there is a large number of Gram Sabha meetings held, and the Gram Sabha decided this whole income has to be divided into 3 parts. Part 1, as the wage to the laborers who are working for cutting of bamboo or loading, transporting and all these things locally. So as a wage of that. And these wage rates are average is 300 to 400 rupees per day per person. That is much higher than the NREGS. Second part, they said it has to go back to the forest who has given this income to us. So they reinvested that money for the protection, creating trains, soil moisture conservation activities like that, putting some plantations, some places very little, putting soil below the bamboo plants and all. So like that, they invested it. That also indirectly makes as wages for the people, and that goes to reinvest into the forest. That helps the forest to grow faster. And the third part that is most important, because the debate started coming in 2018, because the people, the older people who started this movement in the village, in the community, those who have become older, they said, because of their initiative, this forest came, because the forest came back, the bamboo came, and because bamboo came, you got the income. But now these people cannot go as a laborer to the bamboo cutting or transportation, loading, unloading, because they're old. So like that. So now they said, if their contribution created this community income, so how communities should also give back to them for their contribution. So now they said, instead of giving it back to the old people in this sense, they said, we will put it as a municipal function of the government. So all the people required support needs to be supported through this money. So they created a village corpus, and that corpus again divided into 3 parts. Part 1 as a grant in aid in health emergencies. Free of cost, community takes entire responsibility, taking to the hospital and all for the needy and for who have some capable. So that community decides whom they need only ambulance support, whom they need doctor's fees, where they need to give medicines also, hospitalization cost and all this. Second, they put village development fund where the drudgery can be reduced, because there are a village called Bakshandi who is a nala in between to come to the main road, and in the night if any patient has to come, they cannot. So they invested almost 6 lakhs rupees. They hired JCBs and all village contributed, created a complete road by this money to reach to the well. They create a temporary bridge so they can come to the main road. They bought a second-hand ambulance to their village. So like that. So which helps the community as a whole to develop their municipality. The third part, they said, the temporary loan for all villages They create during the agriculture season when they take loan from the Mahajans in a higher rate of interest and all. Here they give interest-free loan to almost all households for agricultural use, and that money they return back after a given time after harvest. And if somebody doesn't pay in that time, takes longer period, then they have to pay a little bit of interest over that. So this design of economy, we can say, in the community is growing, and that now has become from 8 villages, 1 to 8 to 14. Now it has gone to 70 villages in nearby blocks also. They have started from bamboo, now expanded and extended to the tendu leaf, and now they are planning for mahua and sal seed also. So like that, the resources available with them, how to properly manage by the community. And they started looking for traders, making tendering for the traders, and all these things is happening. Last year only in tendu leaf, 70 villages made a business of about 7.8 crores rupees in one season. So this is the economy available in the villages, which were just not tapped years before. So now question comes, this is the case, which I have a discussion with Professor Das long back, and I'm trying to continue with that. Community has their capacities, abilities, they did. Next step, next forward. Now traders have seen this is the potential also. Now many traders have started coming to the villages, demanding on them. So now when these communities trying to interact with these traders, they need certain skills, which they lack. Because of lack of, we can say, ability of literacy or ability to understand market, ability to certain legal provisions, they are not able to trade. And now they put, and managing one village, supporting one village, 2 villages is fine. When this number of villages is increasing, it is becoming in scale, how to support such scale. And we talked about a cooperative model there, but many communities, they are saying cooperative is not the answer as a shareholder. We all together universal membership. That's the conflict, whether universal membership or a shareholder. Because when we say cooperative, we talk about a shareholder. It may be equal shareholders, but now their community says it is a community as a whole universal. One village in Lamer, there's a case. One parent in last COVID passed away, father, mother, in 3 months gap. And out of 3 children, 2 children passed away. The single girl of 6 years old, she was left in the village with her family, nobody else in the family. So now the whole community adopted that girl. And they bought some relative of some mother, her mother's sister in some distance relative. She was alone also in some other village. The community brought her, allowed her to stay with this girl, and entire cost of expenditure for their livelihoods is bear from this corpus of the Gram Sabha, and community takes care. And the community says she is our daughter and we'll at least look after her till her marriage goes somewhere, some family established. So this is the concept with which these communities are growing now, and how to make them in a framework of economy. I don't know how to put this into a framework to give this in coming days. So sustain such type of perspectives into the economy and the community to hold and continue as a sustain. Because Rajeshwari was questioning something that I agree, because that needs to be answered, because these answers are there, but we don't know how to put in a protocol, put in an economical framework. So these such type of prospective scales in many places. That is the question 1. Question 2, whether our resources are saturated enough to create employment in the rural area. So we look for other avenues for certain type of, whether it is rural artisanship or it is rural trade or rural resource collection and marketing or agriculture. Whatever it may be, whether it is really saturated enough, whether
Nirmalendu ji, you have 2 minutes left.
Yes, I'm concluding here, sir, in just a minute. So this is the question, whether it is saturated enough to create employment and income in the rural areas itself. So whether we create our own capital and see this resource as a capital and grow, or we depend on capital to come into the rural, and that ruralization of capital, all we discussed today in the morning and the other speakers also spoke about. So that is a bigger question in mind how to see that. So I just want to put these questions and end my speech. And in coming days, I'm looking for more answers from this discourse and from the speakers and the economists, those who are working on it, so researchers working on it. So we need support from them, how we can make it really in a policy framework, in an economic policy framework, so that we get guidance and directions to grow. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you indeed. We have about 20 odd minutes for Q&A, etc. So the floor is open. Anyone who wants to speak, please put your hand up so that I can call you. You may direct your questions or comments to any one of the speakers, or cast it in general terms which anybody can respond to. Any questions from any of the participants? Questions or comments or? Tara has her hand up. Tara? Tara, do you have your hand up you want?
Yeah, I will.
Please.
No, I think in some ways I thought these presentations sort of informed each other so very well, in terms of the, the direction in which the presentations really sort of were done. But I thought I will ask not a question, kind of a, what do you call it, a comment-like question to Raji. I have not really read J.C. Kumarappa's work, or I have not really understood the economic philosophy of that, but I think it's broadly closer to a Gandhian way of understanding economy. I think maybe it's a variant of that. And I really immensely liked the questions that Raji raised with respect to the what do you call it, the hegemony of certain kind of categorizations and concepts and theoretical way of looking at things that we have in economics. My question, Raji, is that do we by extending that logic, the way in which Kumarappa's conceptualization of a village economy, does it also involve a kind of a deterministic understanding about village per se? That's because, is there a, in a very plain sort of a language, is there a sort of a naivety about, the village space, the rural space, which I think in the presentation that Professor Mishra made, that's a field of sort of competing, conflicting sort of interests, power relations, and kind of and things like that. So is there a way to you may be definitely doing that. I was thinking that is there a way to refine that conceptualization of a village economy by bringing in some of those discursive elements about what exactly is a village or a village economy, so that we'll have a better, what do you call it, a frame emerging from, that particular work. For instance, many of those, very often, very idealistic village economy concept is very agnostic to the structural infirmities within these kind of spaces. So do we get into that kind of a crisis? I'm not really saying that it is so. I have only heard what you have presented. I have not really read that. So do we get into a kind of that sort of a trap? And, is there anything that we can do there? Yeah, thank you.
Raji, you want to take that now?
Should I, or do we wait for more questions, or shall I answer now?
I think you do. Just go ahead.
Okay, I'd be very, very brief, Tara, because this is something that I would love to talk on for hours and read together if possible. I mean, I'd love to. First, it's the village economy is the Gandhian formulation. Yeah? If we read Kumarappa closely, he says the village centered economic order, and these two are very different. So village-centered economic order that values, well, as our previous speaker said, a resource understanding of the village population, a resource-based livelihoods design that has been, well, cultivated in that particular rural economy, if you want to call it, or rural social system. Yeah, those are very different from what a village economy is. So the economic order is what he's talking about. That's just clarificatory. So Kumarappa's, well, let's say, concern about what he sees as let's say, let me give this example. You know, one of the deterministic ways is of course this idea of development and capital accumulation, right? So Kumarappa says we do accumulate. We as a species, we are different from other species. Georges Kurogen makes this difference too. That he says, well, we are the only exosomatic species. That is, we accumulate stuff. All other species on Earth live with, well, what they eat, what they digest. Their metabolism is within their bodies, it is, or within their communities at best. Yeah, so they nurse their young, they take care of their young, all these kinds of things. So there's a little exosomatic exchange there too, but it's generally within the system, right? We are the only species that accumulates. But Kumarappa makes this distinction between accumulation and what he calls gregation. That is, where, like for instance, you collect honey, yeah, or you collect something to feed your young. That is something that all of us do. So we are, in the sense, in terms of capital accumulation, in terms of mobility, to bring things back to the village or to take things out of the village, that is possible. So conceptually, the question of trade, the question of exchange, of, again, use value-based exchange, also maybe some exchange in terms of other valuation systems. So those are a lot. The deterministic part is, well, it's not that it's not there in Kumarappa's writing. He's, of course, speaking to Gandhi at that time. So when we revisit some of our, well, literature from our even contemporary history, we have to look at where they are speaking from, right? So there is a bit of this Gandhian idealism there in his writing. Is there scope to question? That is, can you actually question and reform this? Yes, I think we should. Otherwise, there is no point in reading Kumarappa now, right? Because that said, again, a village-centered economic order will take account of the fact that a young girl, if I'm a young girl taking out calves, the example that I gave, right, raised to heifer stage and give it back to the landlord, the fact that I am subject to, well, whether it is sexual abuse or physical abuse or bonded labor or whatever you want to call it, by the people who own the cattle will be taken into account. That is part of the discrimination that will be accounted for. That is the sustainability, equity, and justice dimensions will be part of that village-centered economy. That is the economy and what it transfers. Of course, later, maybe after the heifer becomes cow and or buffalo and yields milk, the transfer of that to the urban systems, all these, the processing of that milk into cheese, the work involved there. So in each phase, the kind of sustainability, equity, justice questions involved will be central to that, because have to be. Yeah, Kumarappa does mention some of these, and of course chooses to ignore some of them. So there is scope to again engage with and refine this. And I think just to mention that, because agriculture is the sector that I know best, ICARN starts in one of their international agricultural development book, which all of us have studied, right? I mean, anybody who studied agriculture. Well, what we see here is they are writing about the theories in agricultural economics, or agriculture and the economy, agriculture's contribution to the economy, and then they say that, well, none of these economists have seen or worked on tropical agriculture. I mean, I'm going to stop with that. That's enough, because all these theories come from the exposed development experience of a few developed countries, labor productivity measures that we use, all these. Yeah, I'm just going to stop with that and say, yes, there is a scope to refine a lot.
Yep, thanks, Raji. Dinesh, you have a question?
Yeah, I want a question, comment. Nirmalendu's presentation was very rewarding, in the sense that here is a real world experiment experience which was narrated to us. And I would like to ask him whether he has written about it, and if he has written about it, it would give us, even if not in academic language, which, we are trying to use here, but I think how long it has taken you in this particular experiment after the 2007-8 that the Forest Rights Act came in. It's at that time when the patta was given, or when was it given? Earlier than that or later than that? There are questions of political nature as far as it's concerned. What kind of politics has sustained your work as far as it's concerned? I'm not talking of your politics. I'm talking of in the area, the kind of support that these Adivasis, tribals needed. How did they manage that particular support as far as it's concerned? Were they left to their own devices? And when the traders began to interact with them, as you were pointing out, then they need more education and literacy. How has that challenge been addressed by them? And very interestingly, you mentioned about cooperative versus, another kind of entity, I don't know, universal membership, etc., which was very, very interesting. And whether that has actually got sustained in all, across the villages, or was it experience of one or two villages? Because kind of egalitarian outlook which they could put out as far as concerned, was it limited to COVID, or was it post-COVID kind of response, or was it is it a larger, because there's been a lot of debate about ethos among them about gender also, among the tribals, etc. There's a whole sort of debate. I would like to really learn more about it. Very interesting experience.
Yeah. Thank you, Dinesh. Actually, many people have asked me to write this, which is a poor for my part. I'm trying my best to document all this, and there are huge documents available, but not in a comprehensive manner. It is not put in as an article or like that. We are trying now. Very soon we'll come out with that. There are many people involved in this process. It started with obviously post FRA. In 2008, it got activated as per once the FRA rules came, and 2010-11 is the period when these titles are granted to these villages by the government. And these titles are not given in really the process the FRA prescribes, but it has done because at that point of time government has to give some titles, so they just give some titles to some of the villages, and thinking that these are remote villages, these people will never know about these titles and these rights, so just show it to the world that we have given so many rights, they will never exercise. So Forest Department was happy, government administration was happy, and everything. But suddenly we ask in the RTI which are the villages really, because in the portal of Ministry of Tribal Affairs shows that so many villages given community rights over the forest. So we just asked it and the right to information to the department, and they give us the list. So once they give us the list, we asked for the titles, copy of the patta from the department again on the RTI. So once we received those answers from the RTI through the department, then we went to the villages. We started saying this is the rights given to you by the government, and these forests belongs to you, these are the areas belongs to you. And that was in 2011-12. And suddenly in 2013 it became a little bit of political, because that is the Jamuguda, the village which I have said, that was second village in the India which was given exercise their right to sell bamboo. And Jairam Ramesh, the then minister, has come to inaugurate that sale of bamboo in that day. And local MP at that time, Bhakta Das, was a Congress MP. He also supported the process initially for a few days. Then suddenly everything after this event happened, newspaper flash and everything comes down after a few months. But we continued to work with that process. Then from 2014, that first sale, it stopped for 2 years. Then 2016, again, we started marketing the bamboo with these villagers, identifying few traders, how to link the traders with the community. Then also mobilizing the nearby other Gram Sabhas who have got the title. So there are 12 Gram Sabhas who got titles. So we mobilized all the 12 more. Now these 12 Gram Sabhas federated themselves locally by 2016-17, and they started organizing other villages who have not received the title. So now they facilitate the neighboring villages how they can get their titles from the government, applying through CFR process and all these rules. So now out of this Barabanda Gram Panchayat, around 34 villages there. So almost some 21 or 22 villages has got their titles. Rest are under process. They are claiming. So, and this process of that small panchayat now expanded in the district to many more blocks. So now in 7-8 blocks, more blocks, people have started, the Gram Sabha started organizing themselves, and they started exercising their rights. And last 2 years, they have started trading, because every village doesn't have bamboo. So they have started, that is the other major crop is the tendu leaf. So last year, last season, in last April, May, June, the 70 villages have sold tendu leaf amounting 7.8 crores rupees. So that's the amount, and we are expecting more.
Chair is pointing out, it's a very interesting story, but I think we'll have to hear it later.
Yeah, so we are trying to compile the entire thing as an article and share. And I really welcome if some people who are trying to research and doing can come and make this study more academically and putting it in that way. Thank you.
Raghu, can I ask a second question to Dr. Deepak Mishra? Very interesting presentation was that. And I'd like to meet him. I have not really met him in JNU. I'll certainly going to meet him. He's generated interest in me. See, a generalization that you dealt with, that it has been RNF has been seen as rural non-farm employment indicators, have been seen as indicators of transformation, social transformation. Vis-a-vis, then you pointed out that it is not the case, and which was correct also. I think you were correctly drawing attention to that. Now, but have you come across any examples where actually, transformation or transformative force they could become? Or is it that largely the case, as we know under capitalism as it is today, that would be the case? But has there been any examples of non-capitalist, not call them socialist or anything, etc., but where people could actually establish themselves to do farm and rural non-farm differently, like Nirmalendu is attempting? Yeah, point closed.
Can I go ahead? Yeah, thank you. Professor Raghunath, you are muted.
Yeah, Professor Bishwas, I think you have, you indicated you wanted to come in to answer one of the earlier questions in the chat.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It is, I think, Ms. Salini's question whether here was Seva. We could come across Seva members in Fulia. No, we could didn't come across any weavers, or they did not mention about Seva. So we did not know about. Well, of course, we had some information that Seva is working there, but none of the weavers mentioned anything about Seva. So that's what my answer to Ms. Salini is. So we did not find that. They may be working in maybe some other, not in Fulia. The weavers that we interviewed, there was no. That's the question I got from the chat box.
Yeah.
Any other question?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nirmalenduji, do you want to answer that last comment by Dinesh very briefly?
I think he raised the question to Deepak.
It was to Deepak Mishra.
Yeah, Professor Mishra.
It was to Deepak.
Yeah, very quickly. No, I mean, full-scale alternatives, as you know, are limited, but then there are hopes. The dominant narrative privileges only individual enterprises as the only alternative which can really transform. But from cooperatives to the kind of alternatives that Nirmal was referring to. We have a range of alternatives which are actually existing alternatives, and it doesn't matter to what extent they are embedded within the dominant capital labor relations, but they are alternatives trying to create alternative forms of organizations. From my own fieldwork, I can of course refer to the village communities in Northeast India, particularly Arunachal Pradesh, where the labor market itself is not well developed. So schemes like NREGA, for example, are where the dominant assumption is that labor market exists. These were being misused by people, by broadly the local elites and politicians, to bring in outside labor to complete NREGA work. After some time, village communities used NREGA as an experiment to create resources which were not only in the nature of rural roads alone, but also resources which were critical for them to generate local non-farm activities ranging from the rural tourism to handicrafts, linking their handicraft products to nearby market. So the point that I was saying, that although we have range of alternatives, I'm sure that worker labor unions in many places have innovative labor unions, have alternatives on the ground. But the point is, the dominant discourse is so much about individual entrepreneurship and the somehow depoliticized notions of technology being the only driver for transformation, that these alternatives are actually not thought of as real world alternatives. I think that will be my comment at the moment. Thank you very much.
Or comments from anybody else? I don't see any hand going up. So I will assume that there are no more questions. Tara, is your hand up again?
Yes, I just wanted to, because
Yes.
I think I thought I should also say that the presentation by Mr. Jyotishi was exceedingly inspiring, but I think he should not. I think the last question also bothered me, whether the villagers, the community did not want a cooperative model. Let me tell you that that's actually the newer trap that we are getting into. We get into a kind of a for-profit mode and things like that. But I think I also realized that FAS has made a very, very kind of a strong sort of an intervention in those villages, to right from making them aware of their rights till now. So I think it is also now the responsibility perhaps of FAS to educate them as to how important cooperative form of organization is, especially in the current times when other kinds of profit models are sort of trying to eat up into this kind of solidarity-based models. So I think that, as Professor Kannan said, the social economy needs to, those concepts need to really sort of, be given importance to. I think you should not, my request would be that you should perhaps not, we are also seeing the same kind of, crisis in the tribal areas of Gujarat. And that's the only space left where you see a natural kind of a solidarity among people. You can immediately bring community together because there are interdependencies and relationships among them. So that's, I thought I must use that opportunity to tell you that, you must do a very strong educational programs on cooperation.
Raji, you have a question, comment? I'm afraid this is going to be the last intervention.
Yeah. Just a very, very brief comment, just to say I completely agree with Tara on this, and I really hope a fascinating presentation. Nirmalendu Jyotishi, it was really fascinating to hear you. that FES, I mean, FES is institutional history, yeah, starting with what? Tree cooperatives. Let's remember that, yeah. They started with tree cooperatives, not human beings, yeah. In the sense that, you know, cooperatives that built on human beings as representatives of members, yes, but the point is, so there is a long social ecological history to that, and I think that education is really, we can't forget that history, and it must be, well, you know, shared and learned amongst all of us.
I just want to make a last comment. Actually, it is not a comment. I just want to, I agree what Tara and Rajesh said. But thing is that the history says that from National Tree Growers Cooperative Federation to FES, that transition itself says the whole story. Here, there is no time to discuss on those things. But that limitations of Tree Growers Cooperative initiated another institution called Foundation of Ecological Security to come out from the TGA, because there are the framework, legal framework for a cooperative has also its strengths as well as its weaknesses. It has its own processes of exclusion and inclusion, so and resource access and resource management. So Gram Sabha, seeing Gram Sabha as a cooperative, then think maybe, I don't know now what type of framework has to be given for this, like PESA, FRA and all these legal provisions, which is empowering a Gram Sabha. So managing Gram Sabha as an economic entity, as a political entity, as a social entity together, how we can frame it. But cooperative can really replace that process. So that's the bigger question. I am not against cooperative at all, but we have to see the limitations of that and moving ahead of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm afraid we are now running into people's lunch time. So I'm going to draw this discussion to a close. I will forego my closing comments, but make two very small points. I think what some of the presentations, even though we've had only a limited set, have shown the potential for local initiatives to break out of the straitjacket imposed by the larger or the wider political economy that Professor Kannan spoke about so eloquently this morning, showing the potential for local initiatives, for local innovations, and particularly for local institutional changes in institutional dynamics, which can then catalyze or trigger economic changes at the rural level. The potential of that, I think, has been shown to us by some of the presentations here. And I hope that in the various presentations to come and during the discussions, we will have a chance to explore these further, to see and to examine what are the possibilities of new modes of trying to change the current dynamics in the rural economy imposed by the larger system, and the potentialities or the possibilities of being able to break out of that. So thank you very much. I'll close this session there. Professor Das, if he's got anything else to say before we close for lunch.
But Raghu, it's pity that you have not presented your own work, which is so good. It was needed. It has raised so many questions in our lives and in our minds. They are there. You should have presented also.
Okay, Professor Das, over to you.
I think, as Dinesh said towards the end, I think we also were looking forward to Raghunandan's own work, own presentation. Maybe we'll have a special session for him in another occasion. And very well managed, very well conducted this special panel. So many thanks, Raghunandan, for steering us through the discussions, and all the panelists, Susan, Saswat, Rajeshwari, Deepak, Nirmalandu, all of them with very diverse experience. They shared their points, and I also understand that this is such a vast area. I think I'm still reminded of the initial presentation by Professor Kannan that when you're talking rural economy, you are actually entering into a fairly vast field of several verticals, as someone would put it. So there are several issues like some standalone issues and several issues which are also cross-cutting. So in a small panel like this, we are not. It's not possible to cover everything. But then, as Raghunandan did mention that these discussions probably will sort of make us rethink local initiatives and what kind of newer challenges we face in energizing the rural economies. So with that, many thanks to all participants and Raghunandanji in particular. So we close this and we shall break for lunch and should be back by 2:15. So many thanks for question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.